At some point we all feel it, that low hum of restlessness that never seems to go away. It creeps in during moments of silence, when the notifications stop, when the world finally gives you a second to breathe. You lie in bed, hoping for sleep, but your mind races instead. What am I doing with my life? Why do I feel stuck? Why does everything feel so loud even in the quiet? This video is an antidote to that noise. There's a quiet kind of strength that doesn't come from motivation or morning routines or 10-step success plans. It comes from learning how to live deeply with less noise, less need to control, less concern for the opinions of others. Philosophy offers that. Not the academic kind stuffed with jargon, but the kind that was lived by warriors, monks, emperors, and wanderers. This isn't a motivational hype video. It's a guide for your nervous system, for your overworked mind, for the part of you that's tired of pretending to have it all figured out. Because real wisdom doesn't scream, it whispers. Musashi, the lone swordsman, walked away from comfort, applause, and recognition to follow the path of the Ronin. His lesson? Strength isn't found in approval. It's found in solitude, in stripping away everything that isn't essential and meeting yourself on the other side. Taoism teaches the same lesson in a different tone. Don't force the river, flow with it. Stop clenching so tightly to how things should be. Let life be what it is. You don't need to grip the wheel to move forward. You need to trust the direction you're already headed. The Stoics, Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca, taught a simple truth we often forget. You control so little, and that's not a problem. It's liberation. Stop wasting your energy on things outside your control. Choose indifference, not apathy, but clarity. Not caring less, but caring better. In a world that worships busyness, slow living is rebellion. What if your value isn't measured by productivity? What if your days didn't blur into one another like an assembly line? The pace you move at determines the quality of your life, and sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is slow down and feel it. Let this be your permission slip to pause, to stop optimizing, to stop chasing, to stop overthinking, and to rest, not just your body, but your spirit. So as you close your eyes and drift off, let these ideas wash over you. Let them clear space in your mind. Let them soften the grip of perfectionism and pressure. You don't need to fix your entire life tonight. You just need to hear the truth, that there's another way to live. Quieter, freer, truer. And maybe as you sleep, some part of you will remember that. What do you become when you no longer follow the world? Not when you rebel for the sake of rebellion, not when you drift without direction, but when you consciously choose to walk a path that belongs only to you. What kind of person emerges when there is no external hand guiding you, no map, no master to answer to? The world might call it aimless, but the Japanese had a word for this kind of soul: Ronin, a samurai without a master, a warrior untethered, not bound by feudal code, not protected by power or status, free and terrifyingly alone. But there's a common misunderstanding about what being a Ronin really means. It's easy to romanticize the lone wolf, the wanderer, the outsider. Yet the Ronin is not some broken figure, drifting without purpose. The true Ronin is something else entirely. He is self-guided, purposeful, disciplined without needing discipline imposed on him. He is a person who chooses solitude not out of bitterness, but because he knows the cost of false belonging. He understands that many walk in groups simply to avoid facing their own direction. The Ronin walks alone because his path is his, and no one else can walk it for him. This is where we meet Miyamoto Musashi, perhaps the greatest Ronin to ever live. a man who defeated over 60 opponents in duels to the death, a man who refused to serve any lord even though he could have gained wealth, power, and comfort. Instead, he slept on cave floors, wrote his deepest thoughts with a calligrapher's grace, and trained endlessly, not just in swordsmanship but in painting, poetry, philosophy. Why? Because Musashi didn't just master the blade, he mastered himself, and he knew that the only way to do that was alone. This video isn't a tribute to violence. It's not about sword fighting or Japanese history. It's about a way of life, a philosophy that strips away the noise of the world and leaves you with something rare: silence, clarity, and truth. Musashi's path wasn't lonely. It was honest. He didn't need titles, likes, or applause to feel worthy. He walked away from the systems that others relied on, not because he couldn't compete, but because he understood something few do. You cannot become exceptional by clinging to what is common. So what happens when you no longer follow the world? You become responsible for your own direction. You stop outsourcing your purpose. You begin to write your own code. It's not easy, but it's real. This is the beginning of that journey, a journey into the philosophy of walking alone, not as exile, but as evolution. We're going to explore what it means to live like a ronin, to cut away the noise, to find strength in solitude, to embrace the uncomfortable freedom that comes from self-mastery, and ultimately, to realize that the path we fear most, the solitary one, is often the only path worth walking. So if you've ever felt like you don't quite fit, like the systems around you weren't built for your soul, you're not lost. You're just standing at the threshold. And maybe, just maybe, you were never meant to follow. Maybe, like Musashi, you were meant to walk alone. To understand the philosophy of walking alone, you must first understand the man who embodied it completely, Miyamoto Musashi. He wasn't a myth, though his life often reads like one. He wasn't merely a swordsman, though his blade became legend. Musashi was a real human being, flesh, blood, doubt, decision, who lived in Japan over 400 years ago, and yet the way he lived continues to speak to people seeking purpose, freedom, and mastery today. Musashi was born in 1584 during the Sengoku period, a time of chaos, civil war, and shifting allegiances in Japan. It was an age of warriors, and the path of the samurai was one of the few ways to rise above your birth. But Musashi was not born into luxury or safety. His mother likely died when he was young, and his father, himself a swordsman, may have either abandoned him or died early. Much of Musashi's early life is shrouded in mystery, but this much is clear. From a young age, he stood alone. At just 13 years old, Musashi fought his first duel. Imagine that. A child, barely a teenager, standing across from a grown samurai armed with real weapons, real stakes. No padding, no points, no referees, just life and death. And Musashi won. Not by following a polished style or obeying a formal code, but by relying on instinct, intelligence, and pure will. This early victory was not the end of something, it was the beginning. Over the next few decades, Musashi would go on to fight more than 60 duels, and he never lost. Some of his opponents were among the most skilled and respected swordsmen in Japan, but Musashi's victories didn't come from brute force alone. They came from an approach that was utterly his own. He refused to be predictable. He fought with both hands, sometimes with two swords at once. He would arrive early or late. He would use wooden swords instead of steel. He didn't play by the rules. He understood them, and then he transcended them. What's remarkable isn't just that Musashi won, it's how he chose to live. Despite his fame, he consistently rejected the life of prestige that could have easily been his. In that era, a skilled warrior could secure a place under a powerful lord, earning wealth, servants, land, and status. Musashi was offered these things. He could have lived in comfort, celebrated as a master, but he turned it all down, again and again. He walked away from power and chose the path of solitude. He lived like a hermit, sometimes in caves, sometimes in small huts, seeking not pleasure but purity, not applause but clarity. And it's here that Musashi begins to evolve from a duelist into a philosopher. He understood that the sword was just one expression of something deeper. It wasn't about killing, it was about mastering the self. Every duel, every choice to withdraw from society, every moment of silence was part of something greater, a lifelong pursuit of inner stillness and unshakable presence. In the final years of his life, Musashi retired from fighting and turned to writing. His most famous work, the Book of Five Rings, was written just weeks before his death. It's often categorized as a book on martial strategy, but that's misleading. It's far more than that. The Book of Five Rings is about how to live. It's about how to see clearly, act decisively, remain grounded, and master any craft, not just swordsmanship. Musashi divides the book into 5 chapters: earth, water, fire, wind, and void, each representing different aspects of strategy, mindset, and awareness. In the earth chapter, he talks about the foundation, knowing your terrain, knowing yourself. In water, he explains the need to be adaptable, fluid, responsive. Fire is about engagement, how to face conflict and seize the initiative. Wind critiques other schools, not to belittle them, but to teach the importance of transcending style. And finally, void, the most abstract and profound, touches on the idea of formlessness, emptiness, the state of no mind, from which pure action flows. It's Zen, warrior code, and raw lived wisdom all in one. When Musashi knew his death was near, he didn't pick up a sword to go out in glory. He didn't surround himself with admirers. He withdrew to a cave and began writing his final teachings, the Dokudo, the way of walking alone. 21 short precepts, no commentary, just raw, distilled truth. Lines like, "Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Resentment and complaint are appropriate neither for oneself nor others. Respect Buddha and the gods without counting on their help. Do not fear death." These were not commandments barked by a guru. They were reminders, etched from a life of direct experience. He wasn't warning us from the sidelines. He had walked the path, every brutal, quiet, honest step. What's most striking about Musashi's story is that he chose solitude. He chose discomfort. He chose the uncertainty of the open road over the certainty of a throne. And he didn't do it because he was broken. He wasn't pushed away. He walked away. There's a critical difference. Many people today find themselves isolated and think of solitude as something shameful or sad. But Musashi shows us that solitude, when chosen, is a source of incredible power. It is where you stop being what the world tells you to be and begin discovering what you truly are. He wasn't running from anything. He was running towards something, mastery. Not mastery over others, but over the self. That's what makes Musashi's path so compelling. That's why it still speaks to us centuries later. Because deep down many of us feel that same pull. The desire to break away from the noise, from the pressure to belong, from the endless demand to be what others expect. We crave stillness, integrity, purpose. Musashi lived that. He didn't talk about it, he became it. So when we speak of Musashi, not just as a swordsman, but as the Ronin archetype, we're not glorifying isolation or violence. We're honoring the rare courage it takes to walk alone, not because you have no place, but because you've decided to make your own. He didn't belong to the world. He belonged to the path. And that is why his story matters, not because he won, but because of how he chose to live. We live in a world that fears silence. The moment there's a pause, we reach for a screen. The instant we're alone, we feel the need to broadcast, check in, scroll, or reply. We've been taught, subtly and persistently, that solitude is something to be filled. Filled with noise, filled with company, filled with approval. We wear our social calendars like armor. We check how many people liked our last thought before deciding if it was worth having. But this constant connection often leads to disconnection. Not from others, but from ourselves. And this is where the power of solitude begins. Solitude is not the absence of people, it's the presence of yourself. And most people have no idea who that person is. Musashi knew, that's why he actively sought solitude, not because he was trying to escape the world, but because he was trying to understand himself without the world's interference. After decades of dueling, travel, and refining his skills, Musashi didn't retire into wealth or ease. He chose stillness. He isolated himself in a cave, not to hide, but to confront, to strip away everything that wasn't essential. This wasn't a retreat out of fear, it was a deliberate act of power. He understood that to lead oneself, one must first be with oneself, fully, without distraction, without noise, without performance. Solitude is a space where the masks fall away. There's no one to impress, no one to react to, just you, raw, unfiltered, honest. It's in solitude that you hear the voice beneath all the others, the one that often gets drowned out by the chorus of opinions and expectations. That voice is your compass, and if you ignore it long enough, you lose direction. You start walking paths not meant for you. You become a stranger in your own life. Musashi's cave wasn't empty. It was full of focus, full of discipline, full of truth. That's what makes solitude powerful. It's not passive. It's not about being lonely or withdrawn. It's about becoming aligned. When you're alone, you start to feel what's real and what's not. What actually matters to you, not what you've been told should matter. It's the place where all external noise fades and what remains is a kind of unshakable knowing. That kind of clarity can't be faked, and it can't be handed to you by others. You have to find it on your own, or not at all. The Stoics understood this. Epictetus, born a slave, said, "The more we value things outside our control, the less control we have." And what do we often value the most? Approval, praise, validation, other people's perception of us. But Musashi and the Stoics remind us to need nothing from others is the foundation of freedom. That includes their attention, their applause, even their understanding. When you no longer need others to confirm your worth, your mind becomes your own. And that is when true strength begins. Seneca wrote, "Look at those whose names are in everyone's mouth. They are often the most troubled inside." Why? Because fame is a prison built from applause. You become trapped in the expectations of others. But when you learn to sit in solitude, you stop performing. You start becoming. Not someone else's version of strong or wise or successful, but your own. You begin to understand that solitude is not weakness. It's training. It's refinement. It's a sharpening of the self. Musashi's solitude wasn't idle. He trained every day. He wrote, he painted, he meditated, he honed his perception and instincts. In isolation, he was more active than most are in crowds. He once said, "You may abandon your own body, but you must preserve your honor." That's the kind of inner commitment that solitude demands. When no one is watching, will you still live with integrity? When no one is clapping, will you still keep going? That's what solitude teaches. Not how to be alone, but how to be responsible to yourself when there is no audience, no reward, no recognition, just you and your truth. In solitude, discipline stops being punishment and starts becoming nourishment. You no longer work hard to prove something. You work hard because it aligns you with your purpose. You no longer need others to hold you accountable. You become the one who doesn't let yourself off the hook. That's the quiet power of a person who's comfortable alone. They're not easily manipulated. They're not desperate for a seat at someone else's table. They are the table. They don't chase belonging because they've already come home to themselves. But this kind of strength scares people, because it can't be controlled. A person who is fine being alone is someone you can't bribe with approval or blackmail with rejection. They've faced silence and made peace with it. They've sat in the void and emerged with clarity. And the world doesn't know what to do with someone like that. Today we confuse connection with consumption. We are connected to hundreds, maybe thousands of people, yet feel deeply unknown, even to ourselves. Solitude reverses that. It reconnects us with the one person we actually live with, ourself. And that reconnection can be uncomfortable at first. It brings up what we've avoided. It shows us our weaknesses, our addictions, our noise. But if we stay with it, if we endure that discomfort, it also gives us back our power. Musashi's solitude gave him more than peace. It gave him perspective. It allowed him to see the game others were playing, chasing rank, favor, recognition, and step outside it. Not to be better than anyone, but to be free from the chase. His power wasn't that he didn't care what others thought, it's that he had trained himself to not need what they offered. That kind of self-sufficiency is rare, and it's forged always in solitude. When you look at your own life, ask yourself, when was the last time you truly sat with yourself, with no distractions, no devices, no noise? Could you go a full day without speaking to anyone? Could you go a full hour without checking your phone? Could you sit in a room alone and not feel the need to escape? These are not small questions. They're the beginning of sovereignty, to be truly alone, and to be okay, even empowered by that, is to reclaim something sacred. In that space, you stop being pulled in every direction and start becoming whole. You stop reacting to the world and start responding from within. That's where clarity lives. That's where strength grows. That's where freedom begins. Solitude is not exile. It's a return to yourself, a return to your values, a return to what's real beneath the noise. In a culture obsessed with connection, solitude has become a form of rebellion. But it's the rebellion that saves you. Musashi shows us that the strongest path isn't always the loudest one. It's often the quietest. It's the path where no one is cheering but you keep walking, where no one is watching but you still act with honor, where no one is guiding you but you follow a compass that lives in your chest. This is the strength in solitude, and the longer you sit in it, the more you realize you were never really alone. You were just meeting yourself for the first time. There's a certain kind of person the world doesn't know what to do with. Someone who doesn't ask for permission. Someone who listens to their own voice louder than the voices around them. Someone who walks away from the expected path and doesn't look back. Miyamoto Musashi was that kind of person. He never bowed to a lord. He never aligned himself with a political faction. He refused titles, turned down powerful allies, and chose to walk his path without anyone else's authority over him. Not because he was rebellious, not because he was trying to prove a point, but because he understood something that most people spend their whole lives avoiding. To be truly free, you must walk without a master. Let's be clear, in the world Musashi lived in, that choice was radical. Japan in the 1600s was a land built on hierarchy. Loyalty to a master wasn't just tradition, it was law, identity, honor. For a samurai, allegiance defined your place in the world. To serve a lord meant safety, belonging, reputation, and income. To reject all of that meant danger, exile, and social invisibility. And Musashi chose exile, not once, but continually. At any moment, he could have sworn loyalty and secured status. He didn't, because he saw that with every ounce of comfort came a weight, the weight of obedience, of compromise, of being controlled. This doesn't just apply to ancient warriors, it applies to us, right now. Because we live in a world full of masters. Not always people, but systems, expectations, scripts. Your boss might not wear a sword, but if you let him define your worth, he is your master. Social media might not command you with words, but if you check it before checking in with yourself, it controls you. Cultural norms, trends, what's considered successful or normal, these are all invisible masters. They whisper to you constantly, do this, buy that, act like them, chase this dream, stay in line. And the scary part is, they do it so smoothly, you might not even realize you're being owned. That's why the idea of being masterless today is more relevant than ever. To walk the path of no master doesn't mean rejecting all authority. It doesn't mean isolation or anarchy. It means choosing to live on your terms. It means questioning who's pulling the strings of your life, and if they're even strings you want to be attached to. Most people follow a script they didn't write. Go to school, get the job, climb the ladder, buy the things, fit in, don't rock the boat. And many wake up one day in a life that looks right on the outside but feels empty on the inside. Why? Because they've been living someone else's story. Musashi never made that mistake. He wasn't rich, he wasn't adored by the masses, but he was his own. That's the trade. When you choose to walk without a master, you give up certainty, you give up comfort, you give up being easily understood. People might think you're lost. They might think you're strange, arrogant, selfish, naive, and sometimes it will feel like they're right. There will be days when you question everything, when you wonder if maybe it would be easier to go back, to fit in, to follow the script. But then there will be days when you look around and realize you're free. And that kind of realization doesn't come with applause. It comes with silence, the kind that only a truly sovereign person can recognize. True freedom isn't just the ability to choose what you want. It's the ability to say no to what you don't, and that no is costly. It might mean walking away from a high-paying job that drains your soul. It might mean disappointing your parents because you chose a path they don't understand. It might mean spending nights alone instead of being surrounded by people who don't see the real you. But that cost buys something rare, authenticity. And once you taste it, you can't go back to pretending. Musashi shows us that you can be powerful without being in power, that you can be respected without seeking attention, that you can walk alone and still walk with purpose. In modern life, walking without a master means living intentionally. It means knowing your values so clearly that you don't have to be told who you are. It means building a life that reflects your principles, even if it doesn't look like anyone else's, especially then. Ask yourself, who or what is your master right now? Is it your job, your social image, your fear of being misunderstood, your need to be liked? These forces are subtle. They dress up as normal, but they steer your choices. They shape your days, and they often keep you from becoming who you're meant to be. To walk without a master is to own your time, to own your attention, to own your decisions. It doesn't mean never listening to others. It means choosing when you do, and knowing why. It means standing in front of your life and saying, this is mine, even if no one else understands, even if no one applauds. That's the kind of integrity that can't be given. It must be claimed. You will be tested. The path of no master is not paved. It's quiet, uncertain, and often uphill. You will be tempted to go back, to hand the wheel to someone else, to trade your freedom for validation. But remember, Musashi didn't win every battle because he was stronger. He won because he refused to fight on anyone else's terms. He chose his ground. He chose his timing. He chose his values. That's what made him unstoppable. There's a line from the Dokudo, Musashi's final writing before his death. Do not seek to possess either goods or fiefs for your old age. In other words, don't build your life around comfort, build it around character. Don't serve what doesn't align with your soul, no matter how tempting or secure it might seem. And so we return to the question, what would your life look like if you had no master, no employer defining your worth, no peer pressure shaping your choices, no algorithm curating your beliefs, no trend dictating your voice, just you, fully responsible, fully awake, fully free? Most people will never know what that feels like, but some will. A few will break away. A few will walk that path of no master. Not because it's easy, but because it's true. Musashi walked that path until the day he died. Alone, yes, but never lost. A life without a master is not a life without direction. It's not aimless. It's not chaos. If anything, it requires more structure, more clarity, more discipline than a life that is dictated by someone else. Because when no one is telling you what to do, it becomes your responsibility to know exactly who you are and how you choose to live. That's why Musashi, despite rejecting all external control, followed a path more strict, more intentional, and more focused than most people ever imagine. He had no master, but he did have a code. Musashi's code was not a list of rules passed down from a teacher. It wasn't inherited from a religion or dictated by a political authority. It came from direct experience, from trial, from discipline, from solitude. It was forged like a sword, through fire and pressure and repetition. Near the end of his life, Musashi wrote it down in a short but powerful document called the Dokudo, which translates to the way of walking alone. It contains just 21 lines, no explanations, no fluff. Each one is a sharp blade, not for cutting others, but for carving away everything false in yourself. These precepts are not easy. They are not designed to make you feel good. They are designed to wake you up. Take this one. Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. In a world built around chasing comfort, entertainment, stimulation, this hits hard. What would it mean to live not by the pursuit of pleasure, but by the pursuit of growth? To do things not because they feel good, but because they make you better. Musashi isn't saying pleasure is evil. He's saying if it becomes your compass, you will be lost, because pleasure is fleeting. It doesn't anchor you, it distracts you. And distraction is the enemy of self-mastery. Another line, accept everything just the way it is. This is not passivity, it's presence. It's the radical act of seeing reality clearly, without flinching, without resistance. Most people waste their energy fighting what already is. They argue with the moment, they drown in denial, blame, or fantasy. Musashi's code tells you, stop, accept, begin there. Only from acceptance can true action emerge. Only from clarity can strategy be born. The world doesn't bend to your preferences, and it doesn't need to. You bend to the moment like water, like a sword in perfect alignment with the fight. And then there's the most difficult one of all. Do not fear death. That's not a metaphor. Musashi faced death dozens of times. In duels, in war, in isolation. But to not fear death is to live fully. It's to stop holding back, to stop delaying your truth. When death is no longer your enemy, life becomes your ally. You act, you speak, you walk your path without flinching. Most people aren't living, they're avoiding dying. Musashi flipped that. He lived with death in his awareness, and because of that, he lived wide awake. Now here's the challenge for us. What do you stand for when no one is watching? Not what do you believe, but what do you live by? There's a difference. Beliefs are easy. You can agree with a quote, you can nod at an idea, but a code, a real personal code, is something you practice, something you hold to when it's inconvenient, when it hurts, when no one is rewarding you for it. A code is the structure you build around your soul so that when the world shakes, you don't. Musashi didn't have followers or mentors or status, but he had that. A spine made of principles, a way of being that didn't change with the weather. And that's something anyone can choose, if they're willing to do the work. So, how do you begin to build your own code? Start simple. Sit down with a blank page, not a phone, not a screen, something you can feel with your hands. Write this question at the top. What do I stand for? And don't rush it. Don't write what sounds good, write what's true. What would you do if no one could see you? If there was no applause, no criticism, no reward? What would you do if the only person you had to impress was your future self? Next, write the lines that define you. They don't need to be elegant. They don't need to match anyone else's. They just need to be yours. Maybe your code is, speak truth, even when it costs me. Or, show up every day, especially when I don't want to. Or, do not waste time. It is my only currency. You don't need 21 lines like Musashi. Start with 3, but make them real. And most importantly, live them. Living by a code doesn't mean you become rigid. It means you become reliable to yourself. When life gets chaotic, you don't need to guess how to act. Your code guides you. When you're lost in emotion or doubt, you return to your principles. Your code is your anchor in the storm. And when the world tries to seduce you with comfort, distraction, or conformity, your code is what keeps you sharp. And yes, it will cost you. Living by a code might mean saying no to opportunities that don't align with your values. It might mean walking away from people who don't respect your path. It might mean long nights where you question if it's worth it. But the reward is rare. You'll be able to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I know who I am. This is what it means to walk the Ronin path. Not just to walk alone, but to walk honestly. To live without a master, but never without discipline. To reject control, but never reject responsibility. The world is full of people drifting. People who change shape depending on who's watching. People who believe in convenience, not conviction. But you don't have to be that. You can live by your code. And when you do, the noise fades. The doubt fades. The need to explain yourself fades. Musashi's code wasn't for followers, it was for him. That's why it worked. That's why it lasted. Because it wasn't performance, it was practice. And the invitation is there for all of us. You don't need a sword, you don't need a cave. You just need to decide that you're done living passively, that you're ready to write your own rulebook and live it. So grab the page, ask the hard questions, and begin. Not tomorrow, now. Because the longer you wait to define who you are, the more the world will try to do it for you. Being alone doesn't mean being unprepared. Walking the path of a Ronin is not just about solitude, it's about readiness. Not just breaking free from control, but developing the strength to face whatever comes your way. The Ronin doesn't escape the world, he simply meets it differently, with stillness instead of panic, with clarity instead of chaos. This inner state is what made Miyamoto Musashi so dangerous, so effective, and so legendary. He didn't just master the sword, he mastered the warrior's mind, a way of thinking and being that allowed him to face conflict, uncertainty, and change with unshakable calm. Musashi didn't thrive because the world around him was calm. Far from it. He lived during one of Japan's most unstable eras, a time of civil war, shifting allegiances, political upheaval, and endless violence. But in that chaos, he stood still. While others clung to rank or tradition for safety, Musashi relied on something deeper, his mind. He trained it relentlessly. Not just to calculate strategy or technique, but to remain clear when everything around him was falling apart. That kind of presence isn't natural. It's earned. And for Musashi, it came through a concept deeply rooted in Zen. Mushin, no mind. At first glance, no mind sounds like emptiness, like thoughtlessness. But it's the opposite. Mushin is not the absence of thought. It's the absence of clutter. It's what remains when fear, doubt, hesitation, and ego have been stripped away. In Mushin, you are fully aware, fully present, but not distracted by the voice in your head second-guessing your every move. There's no script, no rehearsed plan. You just act, immediately, correctly, intuitively. That's why Musashi was so unpredictable in battle. He didn't follow form, he followed flow. He responded to what was, not what he wished would happen. Think about that in the context of modern life. Most people are mentally scattered. When stress hits, they panic. When something unexpected happens, they freeze. They need time to adjust, to think, to analyze. But the Ronin can't afford hesitation. Whether in a duel or in daily life, delay is defeat. Mushin is about training your mind to be as sharp as your weapon. It's about being ready, not with a plan, but with a mindset that can handle anything. And that's not limited to warriors. In fact, it's more useful now than ever. To cultivate Mushin in modern life means learning how to stay composed in discomfort. When plans fail, when people disappoint you, when life throws the unexpected, do you spiral or do you adapt? Musashi's strategy was simple: stay calm, observe, respond. He didn't get attached to outcomes. He didn't panic when the situation changed. He flowed like water but cut like steel. His power wasn't just in what he did, it was in how he did it. With presence, with poise, with total self-command. This idea aligns closely with Stoicism, another philosophy built on facing life's chaos without flinching. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's the warrior's mind, not the ability to control the world, but the ability to control your response. Seneca put it this way: we suffer more in imagination than in reality. In other words, our fears are often illusions, projections of a mind that hasn't been trained. But Musashi and the Stoics shared this insight. A prepared mind doesn't fear hardship, it welcomes it, because hardship is where strength is refined. Musashi trained not just in swordsmanship, but in painting, calligraphy, sculpture, and strategy. Why? Because he knew that the way is broad. As he famously said, "If you know the way broadly, you will see it in all things." He wasn't just learning to fight, he was learning how to move through the world, with grace, with awareness, with mastery. Every discipline became a mirror for his mind. Whether holding a brush or a blade, he was practicing the same thing: calm focus, pure action, no hesitation. And this is something we can practice too. You don't need a sword to train like a warrior. You don't need a battlefield to prepare your mind. Everyday life is full of small duels, moments of stress, conflict, fear, temptation. How do you respond? Do you react emotionally, impulsively? Or do you observe, breathe, and respond with intention? That's the practice. That's Mushin in motion. Start with your morning routine. Start with how you respond to criticism. Start with how you handle delay, discomfort, or disappointment. These are the perfect training grounds for cultivating stillness. Stillness doesn't mean inaction. It means clear action, deliberate action. Action that comes from choice, not compulsion. The Ronin doesn't suppress emotion, but he's not ruled by it either. He feels everything, but lets nothing control him. That's the paradox of the warrior's mind. Fierce but calm, fluid but grounded, alone but never lost. In a world addicted to reaction, the Ronin stands out because he responds. In a culture driven by performance, he is real. In times of panic, he is the eye of the storm. And this isn't just poetic, it's practical. The more you cultivate stillness, the more you win, in relationships, in work, in purpose. Because you're not chasing, you're not running, you're ready. Musashi faced death more than 60 times and never lost. Not because he was the fastest, not because he was the strongest, but because he remained still inside. His enemies swung swords, but Musashi read minds. He anticipated, adjusted, acted, no wasted movement, no noise, just presence. That kind of composure comes from one place, knowing yourself. That's the root of all readiness. If you know who you are, what you value, what you're willing to endure, then the world can't shake you. That's why Musashi always trained alone. He didn't need anyone else to tell him what to do. He didn't rely on anyone else's strategy. He didn't borrow strength. He built it. Day by day, choice by choice, breath by breath. So how do we build the warrior's mind in our world? First, stop outsourcing your peace. Don't wait for the world to calm down so you can feel calm. Train your nervous system to stay grounded no matter what. Cold showers, silence, physical practice, intentional breathing. Second, eliminate distractions. The mind needs space to settle. You can't think clearly in a room full of noise. That includes digital noise. Cut it, reduce it, protect your attention like it's sacred, because it is. And third, face challenge deliberately. Don't avoid it, seek it. Musashi didn't sharpen his sword once and call it a day. He put himself in the fire over and over, because that's how clarity is forged. A Ronin is not reckless, he's razor sharp, and he knows that clarity under pressure is not a talent, it's a habit, it's a choice. Every time you stay grounded instead of panicking, you become more powerful. Every time you listen instead of reacting, you become more dangerous, in the best way. Stillness is your superpower, and in a world full of noise, it makes you unstoppable. You don't need to wear robes or carry a sword to walk the path of the Ronin. You don't need to retreat into a mountain cave or swear off modern life. The Ronin path isn't about living in the past. It's about living with principle in the present. It's about stripping away what's false and building a life that's yours, deeply, honestly, deliberately. And while the world around us has changed since Musashi's time, the core struggle remains the same. Will you follow the script handed to you, or will you write your own? Most people today aren't bound to a feudal lord, but many are still serving masters, invisible ones, social approval, career status, financial anxiety, constant comparison, cultural trends. These pressures are more subtle now, more sophisticated but just as powerful. They shape what we chase, how we speak, what we believe, and what we avoid. The modern Ronin doesn't just reject these blindly, he sees them, and he chooses something better, a path of intention. A life not built by algorithms or groupthink, but by clarity, solitude, and self-respect. You don't need to become a monk or a minimalist overnight. You don't have to disappear or start shaving your head. You just have to start choosing. You have to make small, consistent choices that move you toward authenticity and away from conformity. The modern Ronin walks with his own rhythm, no matter how loud the world gets. He knows that it's not rebellion for rebellion's sake. It's alignment. It's remembering who you are when everything around you is trying to make you forget. Let's make this practical. First, reject blind conformity. That doesn't mean rejecting everything, it means questioning everything. Why do you want what you want? Who gave you your definition of success? What would you do with your life if no one was watching? These aren't rhetorical questions, they're tools. Use them to examine your work, your routines, your relationships, anything that feels like it was handed to you. Dig into it. Keep what's real. Let go of what's just noise. Second, choose solitude. Not all the time, but enough to hear yourself think. Enough to separate your voice from the voices around you. We've talked about this before, but in the modern world, solitude is a radical act. Take one day a week where you disconnect. No phone, no distractions, just you, a notebook, maybe a walk. It's not about escaping others, it's about reconnecting with yourself. That's where clarity comes from, not from scrolling, but from silence. Third, build your code. We already covered this in depth, but here's where it meets your daily life. Once you've written your code, even if it's just 3 rules, live by it every day. Make it visible. Tape it to your mirror, carry it in your wallet, recite it in the morning. A code is not a decoration, it's a compass. When things get hard, and they will, that code reminds you how to move forward, with integrity, with clarity, with discipline. Fourth, live light. Musashi traveled with almost nothing, not because he had to, but because he wanted to move freely. In a modern context, this doesn't mean selling all your things. It means asking, what's weighing me down? What's cluttering my space, my mind, my heart? What subscriptions do you never use? What social obligations drain you? What ideas are you holding on to that no longer serve who you're becoming? Let go, simplify, travel lighter, physically, emotionally, mentally, because freedom isn't found in excess, it's found in clarity. Fifth, stay adaptable. The Ronin didn't have a fixed role in society. He had to stay sharp, learn quickly, move when the situation demanded it. That's a valuable mindset in a world that's constantly shifting. Jobs change, technologies evolve, the world moves fast. The Ronin isn't rigid, he's resilient. He doesn't panic when things break. He recalibrates, learns, adjusts. He knows that survival favors the flexible, not the fixed. Sixth, learn from hardship. Musashi embraced discomfort as a training ground, and in your life, pain is part of the process. That doesn't mean you go looking for suffering, but when it comes, and it will, use it. Let it refine you. Every difficulty is a mirror. Every failure is a teacher. Don't numb it, don't run. Meet it with stillness, with breath, with the question, what is this showing me? Because sometimes the obstacle is not in the way, it is the way. Seventh, train the mind. If you don't, someone else will. In a world of endless content, information is cheap, but wisdom is rare. Start reading again, not just scrolling. Read philosophy, read fiction, read anything that stretches your mind and feeds your spirit. And write, journal daily, even just a few sentences, not for perfection, for reflection. This is how you understand your thoughts instead of being ruled by them. And finally, detox your attention. You cannot live like a Ronin if your mind belongs to your screen. You can't train stillness if you never put down your phone. Digital detachment doesn't mean deleting everything. It means controlling your inputs, set boundaries, turn off notifications, limit what you consume, choose signal over noise, create more than you consume, because attention is energy, and energy is life. Don't give it away freely. These practices aren't just suggestions, they're tools. Sharpen them daily. Use them to build a life of presence, integrity, and freedom. Because the truth is, your job is not your identity. Your followers are not your worth. Your productivity is not your soul. You are not here to impress the world. You are here to become yourself. And that takes courage. That takes solitude. That takes clarity and the willingness to stand alone. But here's the thing no one tells you. Standing alone doesn't mean being alone. The more you walk your path, the more you'll begin to recognize others on theirs, quietly, humbly, with eyes that understand. They won't be many, but they'll be real, and that's enough. The Ronin doesn't walk for applause, he walks for truth. So take a moment right now, breathe, ask yourself, where am I still performing? Where am I still following instead of choosing? What needs to be let go and what needs to be built? Write it down, sit with it, let it sink in. The modern Ronin doesn't need a battlefield to fight. He's already in one, inside his own mind, inside the pressure to conform, inside the noise that drowns clarity. And every day he chooses presence over panic, purpose over distraction, the real over the easy. That's the way, and you can walk it too. At the end of his life, Miyamoto Musashi didn't seek a grand stage. He didn't gather admirers or hold a final duel to seal his legend. He didn't crave one last victory. Instead, he retreated, as he always had, into solitude, into stillness, into silence. In a cave called Raigando, Musashi sat down with a brush and left behind his final gift to the world. His thoughts, his truth, his code. He didn't leave us trophies or riches. He left clarity. The last thing he gave to the world was wisdom, because that's what he had truly mastered. He died alone, but not empty. Quite the opposite. Musashi died full of experience, of principle, of intention, full of himself in the best possible way, not inflated by ego, but complete because he had given himself entirely to the path. He didn't hold back. He didn't delay. He didn't waste his life waiting to be understood. He walked the road most avoid, the road of solitude, of truth, of radical ownership, and he walked it all the way to the end. There's a kind of freedom that only comes when you live like that, when you stop chasing what others think you should be, when you stop measuring yourself by borrowed metrics, by how many people clap, or how much money you've made, or how closely your life resembles the blueprint sold to you. Musashi reminds us that the point isn't to win the game. The point is to see through it, to realize that you were never meant to play someone else's version of success. You were meant to write your own rules and follow them completely. Most people spend their lives trying to be understood, to be accepted, to be approved of. But there's something more important than being understood. And that's being true. The truth is often quiet. It doesn't make you popular. It doesn't always get you likes or applause, but it grounds you. It makes your life yours. And in the end, that's what matters. When everything else is stripped away, status, possessions, reputation, what remains is who you chose to be. Walking alone doesn't mean being lost. It means forging the map yourself. It means waking up and asking not what should I do, but what's real for me. It means building your life from the inside out, not the outside in. It means risking the loneliness of not fitting in exchange for the peace of belonging to yourself. It's not always comfortable. In fact, it rarely is. There will be times you feel misunderstood, times you feel like the world is moving in one direction and you're quietly walking in the opposite. That's okay. That's part of the way. The Ronin doesn't walk to impress. He walks to become. He walks not because the path is easy, but because the path is right. Musashi wasn't waiting for the perfect moment to begin. He wasn't hoping for the world to understand him first. He wasn't building a brand or trying to go viral. He was too busy living, sharpening, practicing, writing, refining. He knew something that we often forget. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more people who are awake, more people who are grounded, honest, courageous, people who don't just talk about the path, they walk it. Step by step, walk the 1,000-mile path. That's what Musashi told us. Not rush, not arrive, just walk, step by step, day by day, with presence, with discipline, with heart. And that's the real call here, not to become someone else, not to escape life, but to show up for your own life fully and to keep walking even when no one's watching, even when the rewards aren't immediate, even when it's hard. So let me ask you now, as we close this journey, what master are you still serving? Is it fear? Is it the past? Is it a job title? A relationship? An image of who you think you're supposed to be? What's keeping you from walking your path? The one you know is yours? It doesn't take a dramatic gesture to begin. You don't need to quit your job tomorrow or move to a mountain. You just need to start paying attention. Start noticing where you're compromising. Start noticing where your actions are out of alignment with your values. Start listening to the voice you've been silencing, the one that's been asking you for something real. Maybe that voice is asking for simplicity. Maybe it's asking for solitude. Maybe it's asking for the courage to say no to something that doesn't feel right, even if it looks right on paper. Whatever it is, listen, and once you've heard it, act. Not perfectly, not dramatically, just honestly, step by step, one choice at a time. That's how the 1,000-mile path is walked. That's how it's always been walked. Musashi didn't start out a master. He started out a boy with a wooden sword standing alone. But he kept walking, he kept refining. And in the end, he became one of the most disciplined, fearless, and grounded human beings history has ever known. Not because he followed orders, not because he chased applause, but because he stayed true to himself, to the path, to the code he wrote with his own hand. And that's what you're being asked to do now. Not to be Musashi, but to be you fully. Start your Ronin journey today by questioning what no longer serves you, by aligning your choices with your deepest values, by listening to the still, small voice inside you that knows the way. You don't need a master. You just need to choose the truth over comfort, stillness over panic, discipline over distraction. Because when you do, you won't need to be told where to go. You'll know, and you won't need to be carried. You'll walk, step by step. And one day, like Musashi, you'll look back and realize you didn't just walk the path, you became it. What if the secret to a happier, more peaceful life was simply letting go? Imagine living without the constant stress of trying to control every aspect of your life. Picture the freedom of releasing old grudges, unrealistic expectations, and the never-ending pursuit of perfection. Today, we're diving into an ancient philosophy that teaches just that, the power of letting go. Let me start with a story. There once was a farmer in a small village. One day, his horse ran away. The neighbors came to offer their sympathies, saying, "Such bad luck." The farmer simply replied, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned, bringing with it 3 wild horses. The neighbors exclaimed, "Such good luck." Again, the farmer replied, "Maybe." The following day, his son tried to ride one of the untamed horses, was thrown off and broke his leg. The neighbors offered their condolences for the bad luck, but the farmer only said, "Maybe." The day after, military officials came to the village to draft young men into the army. Seeing the son's broken leg, they passed him by. The neighbors congratulated the farmer on his good luck. He replied, "Maybe." This story captures the essence of letting go, of not clinging to events or outcomes, and of accepting the flow of life. We'll explore the wisdom of Taoism, an ancient Chinese philosophy that emphasizes harmony with the natural world and the art of letting go. By the end of this video, you will have a deeper understanding of how to incorporate these principles into your daily life, leading to greater personal growth, inner peace, and freedom. What is Taoism? Taoism, also spelled Taoism, is a philosophical and spiritual tradition that originated in China over 2,000 years ago. Its foundational text, the Tao Te Ching, is attributed to Lao Tzu, a semi-mythical figure who is believed to have lived during the 6th century BCE. Taoism teaches that the Tao, or the Way, is the fundamental principle that underlies and unifies the universe. The Tao is indescribable and beyond human comprehension, yet it is the source of all existence. Central to Taoist philosophy are three core principles: the Tao, Wu Wei, and Yin Yang. The Tao is the ultimate reality, the source, and the principle that governs the universe. It is a force that flows through all life, and living in harmony with the Tao means aligning oneself with this natural flow. Often translated as non-action or effortless action, Wu Wei is the practice of taking action that is in perfect harmony with the flow of life. It means not forcing things, but rather allowing things to unfold naturally. This principle represents the interdependence of opposites. Yin and Yang are complementary forces that create balance and harmony in the universe. Understanding and embracing this balance is key to living a harmonious life. The Tao Te Ching, a collection of 81 short chapters, is the most important text in Taoism. It offers profound wisdom on how to live a life of simplicity, humility, and compassion. The teachings of the Tao Te Ching guide us to live in harmony with the Tao and to embrace the natural flow of life. In Taoism, letting go is not just a practice, but a way of life. It is about aligning oneself with the natural flow of the universe and finding peace and balance in every moment. This philosophy is rooted in several key concepts, including Wu Wei, simplicity and patience, and non-attachment. Each of these principles offers valuable insights into how we can live more harmoniously and peacefully by letting go of our need to control everything around us. Wu Wei, the art of effortless action. Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action, is a central concept in Taoism that teaches us to act in accordance with the natural flow of life. It does not mean doing nothing or being passive, but rather taking action that is in harmony with the Tao, the fundamental nature of the universe. Imagine a river flowing smoothly around rocks and obstacles. The water does not struggle or resist, it simply flows around whatever is in its path. This is the essence of Wu Wei, taking the path of least resistance and allowing things to unfold naturally. In our daily lives, Wu Wei can be applied by not forcing things to happen. For example, if you are working on a project and encounter a problem, instead of stressing and forcing a solution, you might take a step back, relax, and allow a natural solution to present itself. Often when we stop trying so hard to control every detail, things work out more smoothly and effectively. Wu Wei teaches us to trust the process and have faith that things will happen as they are meant to, without excessive effort or force. Simplicity and patience, the beauty of a simple life. Simplicity and patience are two virtues highly valued in Taoist philosophy. Taoism teaches that life should be simple and free from unnecessary complications. This simplicity is not just about having fewer possessions, but also about having fewer desires and ambitions. When we simplify our lives, we free ourselves from the constant pursuit of more. More money, more status, more stuff. This allows us to focus on what truly matters and find contentment in the present moment. Patience goes hand in hand with simplicity. In a world that is always in a hurry, patience is a rare and valuable quality. Taoism teaches that good things take time, and that we should not rush through life trying to achieve our goals as quickly as possible. Instead, we should cultivate patience and trust that everything will happen at the right time. By being patient, we can enjoy the journey rather than being fixated on the destination. This helps us to live more fully and appreciate each moment as it comes. Living a simple and patient life can greatly reduce stress and anxiety. When we let go of the need to have everything right now, we can relax and enjoy the process of life. We become more present, more mindful, and more connected to the world around us. This simplicity and patience allow us to find peace and contentment in the here and now, rather than constantly striving for something in the future. Non-attachment, freedom from possessions and rigid ideas. Non-attachment is another crucial aspect of Taoist philosophy. It involves letting go of our attachments to material possessions, rigid ideas, and even our own egos. In Taoism, attachment is seen as a source of suffering because it creates a sense of dependency and fear of loss. By learning to detach ourselves from these things, we can experience true freedom and peace. Material possessions often give us a false sense of security and identity. We might believe that having the latest gadgets, the nicest clothes, or the biggest house will make us happy. However, these things can never provide lasting satisfaction because they are impermanent and constantly changing. Taoism teaches us to find joy and fulfillment within ourselves, rather than relying on external objects. This does not mean we should not enjoy nice things, but rather that we should not become attached to them or let them define our happiness. Non-attachment also applies to our ideas and beliefs. We often hold on to certain ways of thinking or behaving because they make us feel safe and in control. However, rigidly clinging to these ideas can limit our growth and prevent us from seeing new possibilities. Taoism encourages us to be open-minded and flexible, to let go of our fixed beliefs and be willing to change. This openness allows us to learn and grow, to adapt to new situations, and to see the world in a new light. Finally, non-attachment involves letting go of our egos, the sense of self that separates us from others and the world. The ego is often driven by fear and desire, constantly seeking validation and control. By letting go of our ego, we can connect more deeply with the Tao and experience a sense of oneness with all of life. This does not mean losing our individuality, but rather transcending the ego's limitations and embracing our true nature. Benefits of letting go. Mental peace. One of the most significant benefits of letting go is the profound sense of mental peace it brings. In our fast-paced world, stress and anxiety are common experiences. We often feel pressured to meet deadlines, achieve goals, and live up to expectations. This constant striving can leave us feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. However, by adopting the Taoist practice of letting go, we can significantly reduce these feelings of stress and anxiety. When we stop trying to control every aspect of our lives and accept things as they are, we create space for calmness and clarity. Letting go means trusting that things will work out as they are meant to, without our constant intervention. This trust in the natural flow of life can alleviate the pressure we place on ourselves, allowing us to relax and experience a greater sense of well-being. Instead of being caught in a cycle of worry and tension, we can embrace a state of ease and serenity. Furthermore, letting go helps us to break free from negative thought patterns that contribute to stress and anxiety. When we hold on to grudges, regrets, or fears, we are constantly reliving past hurts and anticipating future problems. This keeps us trapped in a state of mental turmoil. By letting go of these negative emotions, we can live more fully in the present moment. Mindfulness practices, which are closely aligned with Taoist principles, encourage us to observe our thoughts and feelings without judgment and to let them pass without attachment. This shift in perspective allows us to experience a sense of inner peace and reduces the mental clutter that contributes to stress and anxiety. Improved relationships. Another significant benefit of letting go is the positive impact it has on our relationships. Relationships can be a source of joy and fulfillment, but they can also be a source of tension and conflict. Often, the issues that arise in relationships stem from our expectations, judgments, and desires to control others. By learning to let go of these tendencies, we can foster healthier and more harmonious relationships. Letting go of expectations means accepting people as they are without trying to change them. It means recognizing that everyone has their own path and their own way of being. When we let go of the need for others to meet our expectations, we create space for genuine connection and understanding. We become more empathetic and compassionate, which strengthens our relationships. Moreover, letting go of judgments allows us to see others more clearly and appreciate them for who they are. Judgments often create barriers between us and others, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts. By practicing non-judgment, we can approach our relationships with an open heart and an open mind. This openness fosters trust and respect, which are essential for any healthy relationship. Non-attachment also plays a crucial role in improving relationships. When we are attached to specific outcomes or to the idea of how a relationship should be, we place unnecessary pressure on ourselves and others. Letting go of these attachments allows us to experience relationships more freely and joyfully. We can appreciate the moments we share with others without clinging to them or fearing their loss. This sense of freedom enhances the quality of our relationships and allows them to grow naturally and authentically. Increase creativity. Letting go and practicing non-attachment can also lead to increased creativity and innovation. Creativity thrives in an environment of openness and freedom. When we are attached to rigid ideas or specific outcomes, we limit our ability to think creatively and explore new possibilities. By letting go of these attachments, we open ourselves up to a world of creative potential. Non-attachment allows us to approach problems and challenges with a fresh perspective. Instead of being confined by preconceived notions or fixed ideas, we can think outside the box and come up with innovative solutions. This openness to new ideas and possibilities is a key driver of creativity. When we are not afraid to let go of old ways of thinking, we can experiment, take risks, and explore uncharted territories. Furthermore, letting go of the need for perfection can enhance our creative expression. The fear of making mistakes or not being good enough can stifle our creativity and prevent us from sharing our ideas with the world. By embracing the Taoist principle of letting go, we can release these fears and allow ourselves to create freely and authentically. Creativity is not about achieving perfection, but about expressing our unique vision and perspective. When we let go of the pressure to be perfect, we can enjoy the creative process and produce work that is more genuine and impactful. personal freedom. Finally, one of the most profound benefits of letting go is the sense of personal freedom it brings. Letting go liberates us from the constraints and burdens that hold us back. It frees us from the need to control everything, from the fear of failure, and from the attachments that limit our potential. This sense of freedom allows us to live more authentically and fully. When we let go of our need to control every aspect of our lives, we open ourselves up to new experiences and opportunities. We become more adaptable and resilient, able to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and ease. This flexibility allows us to embrace change and uncertainty with a sense of curiosity and wonder, rather than fear and resistance. Moreover, letting go of attachments liberates us from the constant pursuit of external validation and approval. Instead of seeking happiness and fulfillment outside of ourselves, we learn to find it within. This internal sense of fulfillment is more sustainable and enduring than any external achievement or possession. It allows us to live in alignment with our true values and desires, rather than being driven by societal expectations or pressures. Personal freedom also means having the courage to follow our own path, even if it differs from the conventional or expected route. Letting go empowers us to trust our intuition and make choices that are true to ourselves. This authenticity leads to a more fulfilling and meaningful life, as we are not confined by the limitations and expectations imposed by others. The benefits of letting go are vast and transformative. By embracing the principles of Taoism, we can experience greater mental peace, improve our relationships, enhance our creativity, and achieve a profound sense of personal freedom. Letting go is not about giving up or being passive, but about trusting the natural flow of life and allowing things to unfold as they are meant to. It is about releasing the burdens that weigh us down and opening ourselves up to the limitless possibilities that life has to offer. As we learn to let go, we discover that true happiness and fulfillment come not from holding on, but from flowing with the ever-changing currents of life. Practice letting go. Mindfulness and meditation are powerful practices that can help us cultivate the ability to let go. Mindfulness involves paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It means being fully aware of what is happening right now, rather than being lost in thoughts about the past or future. By practicing mindfulness, we can develop a deeper awareness of our thoughts, emotions, and sensations, allowing us to recognize when we are holding on to things unnecessarily. One simple technique to cultivate mindfulness is mindful breathing. This involves focusing your attention on your breath as it flows in and out of your body. Find a quiet place, sit comfortably, and close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths to relax, then breathe normally. Pay attention to the sensation of your breath as it enters and leaves your nostrils, the rise and fall of your chest, and the movement of your abdomen. Whenever your mind wanders, gently bring your focus back to your breath. This practice helps to anchor you in the present moment and can be done anywhere, at any time. Meditation is another effective practice for letting go. Meditation involves sitting quietly and focusing your mind, often on your breath, a mantra, or a visualization. One popular meditation technique is the body scan, where you bring your attention to different parts of your body, noticing any sensations without trying to change them. This practice helps you to become more aware of where you might be holding tension or stress and allows you to release it. Regular meditation can help calm your mind, reduce stress, and increase your ability to let go of negative thoughts and emotions. Acceptance is a core principle of letting go. It means acknowledging and embracing reality as it is, without trying to change or resist it. This doesn't mean passivity or giving up. Rather, it is about recognizing that some things are beyond our control and choosing to focus our energy on what we can influence. One way to practice acceptance is through self-compassion. Often we are our own harshest critics, holding on to unrealistic expectations and self-judgment. By practicing self-compassion, we learn to be kinder to ourselves, accepting our flaws and mistakes as part of the human experience. When you make a mistake, instead of berating yourself, acknowledge that it is okay to be imperfect. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer a friend. Another aspect of acceptance is letting go of the need for approval from others. We often seek validation from others to feel good about ourselves, but this can lead to constant striving and dissatisfaction. By accepting ourselves as we are, we free ourselves from this need for external validation. This involves recognizing our intrinsic worth and believing that we are enough, just as we are. Acceptance also means embracing change and uncertainty. Life is constantly changing, and trying to resist this natural flow can create stress and frustration. By accepting that change is inevitable and that we cannot predict or control everything, we can approach life with a more open and flexible mindset. This allows us to adapt to new circumstances and find peace in the midst of uncertainty. Decluttering is a practical and effective way to practice letting go. It involves removing unnecessary items from your physical space and simplifying your surroundings. This process can have profound physical and mental benefits, creating a sense of order and calm in your environment. Start by assessing your living space and identifying items that no longer serve a purpose or bring you joy. This could include clothes you no longer wear, books you have already read, or gadgets that you no longer use. As you go through your belongings, ask yourself if each item adds value to your life. If not, consider donating, recycling, or discarding it. Decluttering can be done gradually, one area at a time, to avoid feeling overwhelmed. The physical act of decluttering can lead to a greater sense of control and clarity. A cluttered space can create a feeling of chaos and stress, while a tidy and organized environment promotes a sense of calm and focus. When your physical space is free of unnecessary items, it can be easier to relax and concentrate on what truly matters. Decluttering also has mental benefits. Just as physical clutter can create stress, mental clutter can weigh us down. This includes holding on to old grudges, regrets, and negative thoughts. By letting go of these mental burdens, we can create more space for positive and productive thoughts. Practices like journaling can help with mental decluttering. Write down your thoughts and feelings, then let go of what no longer serves you. This can provide a sense of release and help you gain perspective. Letting go of control is one of the most challenging aspects of letting go, but it is also one of the most liberating. Our desire to control outcomes, situations, and even other people often stems from fear and insecurity. We believe that by controlling everything, we can avoid uncertainty and ensure our happiness. However, this need for control can create immense stress and frustration because life is inherently unpredictable and uncontrollable. Learning to let go of control allows us to live more freely and harmoniously. One strategy to let go of control is to practice mindfulness and self-awareness. By becoming more aware of our thoughts and behaviors, we can identify when we're trying to control things unnecessarily. For instance, notice when you are micromanaging a project or constantly worrying about the future. Acknowledge these tendencies without judgment and remind yourself that it is okay to not have everything figured out. Focus on what you can control, your actions, attitudes, and responses, and let go of the rest. Another effective strategy is to trust the process of life. This involves cultivating a sense of faith that things will work out as they're meant to, even if it is not in the way you had planned. Reflect on past experiences where things did not go as expected, yet ultimately turned out for the best. Trusting the process means believing that there is a larger plan at work and that everything happens for a reason. This perspective can help you release the need to control every detail and instead go with the flow. Practicing gratitude is also a powerful way to let go of control. When we focus on what we are grateful for, we shift our attention away from what we lack or want to control. Each day, take a moment to reflect on the things you are thankful for, whether big or small. This practice can help you appreciate the present moment and reduce the anxiety associated with trying to control the future. Engaging in activities that emphasize flow and spontaneity can also help you let go of control. Creative pursuits like painting, dancing, or playing music require you to be in the moment and allow things to unfold naturally. Similarly, spending time in nature, where you can observe the effortless flow of life, can remind you of the beauty and harmony that exists without human intervention. These activities encourage a state of flow where you are fully immersed and engaged, letting go of the need to control the outcome. Finally, setting boundaries is crucial in the process of letting go of control. Recognize that you cannot control other people's actions or decisions, and trying to do so can strain your relationships. Instead, focus on setting healthy boundaries that protect your well-being. Communicate your needs and expectations clearly, but also be willing to respect others' autonomy and choices. By setting boundaries, you can reduce the impulse to control and create more balanced and respectful relationships. Letting go of control involves cultivating mindfulness, trusting the natural flow of life, practicing gratitude, engaging in flow activities, and setting healthy boundaries. These strategies can help you release the need to control every aspect of your life and embrace a more relaxed and trusting approach. By letting go of control, you can reduce stress, enhance your relationships, and experience a greater sense of freedom and peace. This practice is not about giving up responsibility, but rather about recognizing the limits of your control and choosing to focus your energy on what truly matters. Letting go of control allows you to live more authentically, in alignment with the natural rhythms of life. To understand how the principles of Taoism and the art of letting go can be applied in real life, let's look at some personal stories. These anecdotes illustrate how individuals have used these principles to find greater peace, happiness, and success. One such story is about Sarah, a successful businesswoman who found herself constantly stressed and overwhelmed. Despite her accomplishments, she felt a persistent sense of dissatisfaction and anxiety. Sarah's turning point came when she was introduced to the concept of Wu Wei, or effortless action. She began to practice mindfulness and meditation, focusing on being present and letting go of her need to control every outcome. Sarah learned to trust that things would work out as they were meant to, without her constant intervention. By adopting this mindset, she found that she was able to make better decisions, reduce her stress, and enjoy her work more. Her relationships improved as she let go of unrealistic expectations and began to appreciate people for who they were. Sarah's story shows how the practice of letting go can transform one's professional and personal life. Another inspiring story is that of John, who struggled with anger and resentment for many years. He held on to grudges and past hurts, which affected his mental health and relationships. Through the practice of non-attachment, John learned to let go of his anger and embrace forgiveness. He started a daily meditation practice, focusing on letting go of negative emotions and cultivating compassion. Over time, John noticed a significant change in his outlook on life. He became more patient, understanding, and at peace with himself and others. His story demonstrates the profound impact that letting go of negative emotions can have on one's well-being and relationships. The principles of Taoism and the art of letting go have also been embodied by many well-known individuals and historical figures. These people have shown that by embracing these principles, one can achieve remarkable success and fulfillment. One famous example is Bruce Lee, the legendary martial artist and actor. Bruce Lee was deeply influenced by Taoist philosophy, particularly the concept of Wu Wei. He believed in the importance of being like water, adaptable, flexible, and able to flow around obstacles.
Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
This approach not only shaped his martial arts style, but also his outlook on life. Lee's ability to let go of rigid techniques and embrace fluidity allowed him to innovate and excel in his field. Bruce Lee's success and enduring legacy are testaments to the power of these Taoist principles. Another historical figure who exemplified the art of letting go is Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism and the author of the Tao Te Ching. Although little is known about his life, his teachings have had a lasting impact on millions of people around the world. His emphasis on simplicity, humility, and harmony with the Tao provides a timeless guide for living a balanced and fulfilling life. Lao Tzu's own life was a reflection of his teachings. According to legend, he chose to leave his position as a court archivist and live a simple, solitary life, free from the trappings of power and ambition. His ability to let go of worldly desires and live in harmony with nature continues to inspire people to this day. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple Inc., is another prominent figure who practiced the art of letting go. Jobs was known for his innovative thinking and ability to embrace change. He understood that failure and setbacks were part of the journey, and that holding on to rigid plans or ideas could hinder progress. Jobs once said,
"Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart."
This philosophy of letting go of fear and attachment allowed him to take bold risks and drive innovation, leading to the creation of some of the most groundbreaking products in technology. These examples show that the principles of Taoism and the art of letting go are not just theoretical concepts, but practical tools that can lead to profound personal transformation. Whether through the adaptability of Bruce Lee, the simplicity of Lao Tzu, or the innovation of Steve Jobs, these individuals demonstrate that letting go can open the door to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. By embracing these principles, we can navigate the challenges of life with greater ease and grace, finding peace and contentment in the ever-changing flow of existence. As we come to the end of our exploration of Taoism and the power of letting go, let's take a moment to recap the key points we've discussed in this video. We began by understanding the foundational concepts of Taoism, including the Tao, Wu Wei, and Yin Yang. These principles teach us about the natural flow of life and the importance of living in harmony with it. We learned that letting go is not about giving up, but about trusting the process of life and allowing things to unfold naturally. We delved into the concept of Wu Wei, or effortless action, which encourages us to act in harmony with the natural flow rather than forcing outcomes. We also discussed the importance of simplicity and patience, emphasizing that a simpler life with fewer desires can lead to greater peace and contentment. Non-attachment was another crucial aspect we covered, highlighting the benefits of detaching from material possessions, rigid ideas, and the ego. The benefits of letting go were illustrated through its impact on mental peace, improved relationships, increased creativity, and a profound sense of personal freedom. By letting go of control, we reduce stress and anxiety, foster healthier relationships, open ourselves to new ideas, and live more authentically. We also shared practical steps to practice letting go, including mindfulness and meditation techniques, the practice of acceptance, the physical and mental benefits of decluttering, and strategies to relinquish control. These steps provide a roadmap for integrating the principles of Taoism into our daily lives. Throughout the video, we highlighted real-life examples and stories of individuals who have successfully applied Taoist principles, showing us that these ideas are not just theoretical, but can lead to profound personal transformation. These examples inspire us to embrace the power of letting go in our own lives. Embracing the power of letting go is a journey towards greater peace, freedom, and fulfillment. It's about trusting the natural flow of life and releasing the burdens that weigh us down. As Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism, wisely said, "When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be." This quote beautifully captures the essence of letting go. It's about allowing ourselves to evolve and grow, unencumbered by the constraints of our fears and attachments. Remember, letting go does not mean giving up on your goals or dreams. Instead, it means pursuing them with a sense of openness and flexibility, trusting that the right opportunities and outcomes will come your way. It's about finding balance and harmony in every aspect of your life, from your relationships to your work and personal growth. As you move forward, I encourage you to practice the principles of Taoism we've discussed. Start with small steps, whether it's practicing mindfulness, decluttering your space, or letting go of a past hurt. Notice the changes these practices bring to your life, and let them inspire you to continue on this path. Letting go is a powerful act of self-liberation. It frees us from the need to control everything and allows us to live more fully and authentically. By embracing this philosophy, you can find a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment, no matter what challenges come your way. In an age where the mantra, "time is money," is echoed from the bustling streets of cities to the cluttered inboxes of our digital lives, the relentless pursuit of efficiency has quietly morphed into a relentless pursuit of exhaustion. Did you know that the average person makes over 35,000 decisions daily? From the moment we wake up to the moment we close our eyes, we are bombarded with choices, notifications, and deadlines, all vying for a slice of our ever-diminishing attention span. This relentless pace of modern life, while often celebrated as the hallmark of productivity and success, carries with it an unspoken toll: a surge in stress-related illnesses, a pandemic of mental health crises, and a creeping sense of disconnection from what truly matters. But what if the secret to a richer, more fulfilling life lies not in speeding up, but in embracing the courage to slow down? Today, we delve into an oasis of calm in the desert of our fast-paced existence, the concept of slow living. Far from encouraging idleness, slow living offers a radical yet simple antidote to the high-speed, high-stress lifestyle that has ensnared so many of us. It's a philosophy that dares to question the modern equation of speed with success, suggesting instead that richness comes from experience, not efficiency. At its core, slow living is about making a conscious choice. It's about deciding to step off the treadmill of life to walk beside it, savoring the scenery, engaging deeply with our surroundings, and fostering connections that nourish the soul. It's a movement that advocates for a life less hurried, not for the sake of doing less, but to live more deliberately, more fully, and more in tune with ourselves and the world around us. But is such a shift even possible in today's fast-paced world, or is it merely a luxury afforded to the few? Can the principles of slow living genuinely provide an answer to the malaise of modernity, or are they just another trend in the endless cycle of lifestyle fads? We're going to explore the psychology behind slow living, diving into its numerous benefits, from improved mental health and physical well-being to deeper, more meaningful relationships. We'll unpack the principles and practices that define slow living, offering both a philosophical perspective and actionable advice for integrating these practices into your daily life. By the end of our journey today, you'll have a deeper understanding of how adopting even small aspects of slow living can transform your relationship with time, productivity, and ultimately, with life itself. We'll challenge the prevailing narrative that faster is always better, and explore how slowing down can lead to a more enriching and satisfying life. So if you're feeling overwhelmed by the pace of your life, curious about the slow living movement, or simply seeking a more mindful way to navigate your days, stick around. This exploration might just offer the perspective shift you need to embrace a more balanced, joyful, and fulfilling approach to life. In the swirl of our day-to-day existence, modern life seems to spin faster with each passing moment. This whirlwind is not just a feeling, but a reality that shapes our lifestyles, pushing us toward a horizon that seems perpetually out of reach. Imagine waking up to an alarm, jolting you out of sleep with a reminder that the race against time has begun. From the instant our feet touch the floor, we're on a treadmill set at an ever-increasing speed. This isn't just about physical motion, it's the relentless pursuit of productivity, efficiency, and connectivity that defines the essence of contemporary life. Our lifestyles have morphed into a high-definition, fast-forward version of life that prioritizes speed above all else. We live in an era where technology has blurred the lines between work and home, where emails, notifications, and digital tasks infiltrate every moment of our existence. The notion of being always on has become a badge of honor, rather than a warning sign, with the digital world offering us infinite streams of information and entertainment at the tap of a screen. This constant connectivity, while revolutionary in how we communicate and access information, also means our minds are perpetually engaged, never truly resting, always processing. But at what cost does this speed come? The impact of living life in the fast lane is far-reaching, affecting our physical and mental health in ways that are becoming impossible to ignore. Studies and findings from across the globe paint a concerning picture. The relentless pace of modern life is leading to elevated levels of stress, anxiety, and burnout. It's as though the human body and mind, in their current evolutionary state, are not designed to handle the incessant demands placed upon them by a world that never sleeps. Stress, in particular, has become a ubiquitous companion for many, It's the body's natural response to challenges or demands, but in excessive amounts, it's anything but beneficial. Chronic stress can wreak havoc on our bodies, leading to high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and a weakened immune system. Mentally, the toll is equally heavy, with increased risk of depression, anxiety, and insomnia. The irony is palpable. In our quest to live fuller, more productive lives, we've inadvertently tipped the scales, compromising our health and well-being. The concept of burnout, once reserved for the high-strung professionals of high-stakes industries, has now become a common plight across various sectors of the workforce. Characterized by extreme exhaustion, feelings of detachment, and a sense of ineffectiveness, burnout is the body and mind's cry for a halt, a desperate signal that the pace of life has exceeded our capacity to cope. And yet, amidst this dizzying pace, a counter-movement is emerging, one that champions the art of slowing down as a revolutionary act of self-care and rebellion against the societal norms that glorify speed. This movement, known as slow living, is not a call to abandon ambition or technology, but rather an invitation to reassess our relationship with time and productivity. It asks us to ponder a critical question: in our relentless pursuit of efficiency, what are we truly gaining and at what cost? As we delve deeper into the principles of slow living, we uncover a pathway not just to a more sustainable lifestyle, but to a more meaningful, fulfilling existence. It's a journey that requires us to confront the very foundations upon which we've built our lives, to question the metrics by which we measure success, and to dare to imagine a life where time is not an enemy, but a friend. This exploration is not just about slowing down for the sake of it. It's about discovering a rhythm of life that resonates with the core of our being, offering us a chance to live deeply rather than merely exist on the surface. The philosophy of slow living is not a new invention. Rather, it's a return to principles that have guided human societies for centuries. This approach to life, which emphasizes balance, harmony, and alignment with nature's rhythms, draws heavily from ancient wisdom. Cultures across the world, from the East with its Zen Buddhism, Taoism, and the teachings of Confucius, to the Western philosophies of Stoicism and Epicureanism, have long preached the virtues of living in harmony with the natural world, practicing mindfulness, and finding satisfaction in the simple pleasures of life. These ancient teachings underscore the importance of a life well lived over one that is merely busy. They tell us that true fulfillment arises not from the accumulation of material wealth or the relentless pursuit of success, but from a deep engagement with the world around us, a celebration of the present moment, and an appreciation for the simple joys that life offers. Central to the philosophy of slow living are several core principles that challenge the frenetic pace of modern life, encouraging us instead to embrace a more measured, thoughtful approach to our days. Let's delve deeper into these guiding tenets. Mindfulness. At the heart of slow living lies the principle of mindfulness, which is essentially about living in the moment and paying acute attention to the here and now. Mindfulness teaches us to be fully present in our experiences, to engage deeply with the current moment without distraction from past regrets or future anxieties. This can be as simple as savoring the flavor of a meal, truly listening to a friend without formulating your next response, or noticing the play of sunlight through the leaves during a quiet walk. Mindfulness, cultivated through practices such as meditation, deep breathing, and mindful observation, allows us to slow down the pace of our minds even when the world around us continues to rush by. It's about finding stillness within, a quiet center from which we can experience life more fully. Simplicity. Another cornerstone of slow living is simplicity, which involves reducing clutter, not just physical clutter in our homes, but also the noise and distractions that fill our minds and lives. It's about identifying what's truly important and letting go of the rest. This principle is not about deprivation but about discernment, recognizing that more stuff, more commitments, and more stimuli do not necessarily lead to more happiness. On the contrary, simplicity can lead to a richer, more vibrant life by clearing space for what really matters. In practice, simplicity might mean decluttering our living spaces, limiting our engagements to those that truly add value to our lives, or reducing our consumption to focus on quality rather than quantity. Quality over quantity. This principle encourages us to value the quality of our experiences and possessions over sheer quantity. In a world where we're often urged to seek more goods, more experiences, more achievements, slow living invites us to find satisfaction in fewer but richer experiences. It's about choosing a handmade item that tells a story over a mass-produced one. Preferring a leisurely meal with loved ones over a hurried fast food bite. Or opting for one meaningful project at a time rather than multitasking between many. By focusing on quality, we engage more deeply with our choices, leading to greater fulfillment and appreciation for the craftsmanship, time, and effort behind the things we choose to bring into our lives. Connection. Finally, slow living emphasizes the importance of connection, deep, meaningful connections with people, with nature, and with ourselves. It recognizes that relationships are not sustained through likes and comments on social media, but through time spent together in conversation, shared experiences, and mutual support. Similarly, our connection to nature is rekindled not through screensavers and documentaries, but through direct, immersive experiences in the natural world. And our connection to ourselves is deepened not by constant busyness and distraction, but by quiet reflection, creative pursuits, and self-care. These connections are essential for a fulfilling life, providing us with a sense of belonging, peace, and joy. In embracing the principles of slow living, we're invited to step off the fast track and rediscover the rhythms that resonate with our deepest selves. It's a journey back to the basics, to the timeless truths that our ancestors understood well, that life's richest moments come not from the rush but from the pause, not from the quantity but from the quality, and not from noise but from silence. As we explore the philosophy of slow living further, we find it's not merely about slowing down for its own sake, but about making room for a more intentional, meaningful, and joyful life. Embarking on a journey into the realm of slow living brings with it a plethora of benefits that touch every aspect of our lives. From the tranquility of our minds to the vitality of our bodies and the depth of our relationships, the rewards of embracing a slower pace are profound and far-reaching. Let's dive into these benefits to understand how they manifest in our lives. Improved mental health. In a world that often feels like it's spinning too fast, our minds can become whirlpools of stress, anxiety, and depression. The constant rush to meet deadlines, the incessant buzz of notifications, and the pressure to keep up can leave us feeling drained and disconnected from ourselves. However, slow living offers a sanctuary, a place of calm in the storm. By adopting principles of mindfulness and simplicity, we learn to navigate our days with a sense of peace and purpose rather than chaos and hurry. The practice of focusing on the present moment, a key component of slow living, helps to break the cycle of worry and rumination that often fuels anxiety and depression. Moreover, by simplifying our lives and reducing the clutter of obligations and distractions, we create space for mental rest and rejuvenation. This simplicity allows our minds to breathe, to process, and to rest, reducing the overwhelm that can lead to burnout and mental fatigue. In embracing slow living, we're not just doing less. We're giving our minds the gift of space, leading to greater clarity, creativity, and joy. Enhanced physical health. The benefits of slow living extend beyond the mind to have a tangible impact on our physical health. The stress and fast pace of modern life don't just affect our mental well-being, they manifest in our bodies, contributing to a range of health issues. High blood pressure, heart disease, sleep disturbances, and weakened immune systems can all be exacerbated by a life lived in the fast lane. Slow living, with its emphasis on mindfulness, simplicity, and connection, offers a counterbalance to these pressures, promoting physical health and well-being. Engaging in slow, mindful practices, spending time in nature, and adopting a slower pace of eating can lead to lower blood pressure and reduced risk of heart disease. These practices encourage a state of relaxation and calm, allowing our bodies to shift from the stress-induced fight or flight mode to a restorative rest and digest state. This shift can improve heart health, enhance immune function, and support overall physical well-being. Moreover, slow living encourages a more mindful approach to eating and physical activity, fostering a healthier relationship with food and our bodies. By taking the time to prepare and savor meals, we're more likely to make nutritious choices and enjoy the process of eating. Similarly, choosing physical activities that we genuinely enjoy, rather than those we feel we should do, can lead to a more sustainable and joyful approach to fitness. Deeper relationships. One of the most profound benefits of slow living is the way it transforms our relationships. In a fast-paced world, our interactions with others can become superficial and transactional, squeezed into the margins of our busy schedules. Slow living invites us to shift from quantity to quality, investing time and presence into our relationships. This principle of slow living fosters deeper, more meaningful connections with the people in our lives. By prioritizing quality time with family and friends, engaging in activities together without the distraction of screens or the pressure of time limits, we build stronger bonds and create lasting memories. Slow living encourages us to listen more deeply, communicate more openly, and show up more fully for the people we care about. These practices not only enrich our relationships, but also provide a sense of belonging and support that is essential for our mental and emotional well-being. Moreover, slow living extends to our relationship with the community and the natural world. It encourages us to engage with our local communities, whether through supporting local businesses, participating in community events, or volunteering. These connections strengthen our sense of place and contribute to a more cohesive, caring society. Similarly, by fostering a deeper connection with nature, slow living reminds us of our place in the larger web of life, inspiring a sense of awe and gratitude that enriches our spirit. While the slow living movement offers a compelling blueprint for a more meaningful and balanced life, embracing its principles in a society that often prizes speed, efficiency, and constant connectivity presents its own set of challenges. Moreover, criticisms regarding the movement's practicality and accessibility highlight important conversations about privilege and the universal applicability of slow living ideals. Practicality. The first hurdle many encounter when considering slow living is the perceived impracticality of adopting such a lifestyle in a fast-paced, productivity-driven society. For many people, the demands of work, family responsibilities, and societal expectations create a whirlwind of activity from which slowing down seems not only impractical, but almost unthinkable. The modern economic model, with its focus on growth and efficiency, often leaves little room for the slower pace of life advocated by slow living proponents. Individuals may worry about falling behind in their careers, feeling judged for not keeping up, or simply finding it logistically challenging to carve out moments of slowness in a schedule brimming with obligations. Moreover, the digital age has brought about a culture of instant gratification and constant connectivity, making it difficult for many to disconnect, even briefly. The expectation to be always available, coupled with the fear of missing out, can make the idea of unplugging a source of anxiety rather than relief. In this context, the slow living movement's emphasis on disengagement from digital overload and prioritization of in-person interactions can seem like a lofty ideal rather than a practical reality. Criticism. Criticism of the slow living movement often centers around issues of privilege and accessibility. Critics argue that the ability to choose a slower pace of life, to work less, to consume mindfully, or to engage in time-consuming practices like slow food, is a luxury not available to everyone. For individuals struggling to make ends meet, working multiple jobs, or living in environments that don't support a slower lifestyle, the ideals of slow living can seem out of reach, if not outright exclusionary. The critique extends to the movement's emphasis on simplicity and minimalism, which for some can imply a level of financial security and choice not afforded to everyone. The ability to declutter or to choose quality over quantity presupposes a baseline of material comfort that allows for such decisions. As such, critics of slow living argue that the movement risks being out of touch with the realities of many people's lives, offering solutions that may work well for the privileged few, but fail to address the systemic issues that drive the relentless pace of modern life for the majority. Furthermore, the slow living movement's focus on connecting with nature, engaging in leisurely hobbies, and cultivating in-person relationships assumes access to green spaces, free time, and a supportive community. For individuals living in urban environments, under financial strain, or dealing with social isolation, these aspects of slow living may not only be challenging, but can also highlight inequalities and disparities in access to a fulfilling lifestyle. Despite these challenges and criticisms, the slow living movement continues to inspire those seeking an alternative to the fast-paced demands of modern life. It calls for a broader conversation about how we can collectively create a society that values well-being, sustainability, and connectedness over speed and productivity. Addressing the criticisms head-on, proponents of slow living are increasingly looking for ways to make the principles of the movement more inclusive and accessible, recognizing that a truly fulfilling life should not be a privilege but a possibility for all. By engaging with these critiques, the slow living movement evolves, becoming not just a personal lifestyle choice, but a catalyst for broader societal change. Embracing the slow living movement doesn't mean you have to overhaul your entire life overnight. It's about starting small, making manageable changes that collectively contribute to a more mindful, balanced existence. This gradual approach helps ensure that the transition is sustainable and enjoyable, rather than feeling like another overwhelming task on your to-do list. Let's explore practical ways to weave slow living principles into your daily life, focusing on achievable steps that make a significant impact. The beauty of slow living is that even the smallest changes can lead to a profound shift in how we experience our days. One easy way to begin is by identifying moments in your routine that feel particularly rushed or stressful and consciously deciding to approach them differently. For instance, if mornings are a frantic race against the clock, try waking up just 15 minutes earlier to enjoy a quiet cup of tea or coffee before the day begins. This small adjustment can set a more peaceful tone for the entire day. Another approach is to single out one activity each day to perform slowly and with full attention. This could be eating a meal without the distraction of screens, taking a leisurely walk, or simply sitting quietly for a few minutes to breathe and reflect. The key is to be fully present during this time, allowing yourself to fully engage with the activity and the sensations it brings. These moments of slowness serve as daily reminders of the value of pacing ourselves and savoring life's simple pleasures. Mindfulness practices are at the heart of slow living, helping us to stay anchored in the present moment and reducing the pace of our internal dialogue. A great starting point for cultivating mindfulness is through regular meditation. Meditation doesn't have to be intimidating or time-consuming. Even a few minutes a day can make a difference. There are many free apps and online resources available to guide beginners through short, simple meditation sessions that can fit into even the busiest schedules. Another mindfulness practice is to conduct a daily mindfulness check-in at different points throughout the day. This involves pausing whatever you're doing to take a few deep breaths and notice your surroundings, your thoughts, and your feelings without judgment. These check-ins can help break the cycle of constant mental chatter and bring a sense of calm to your day. Gratitude journaling is another effective mindfulness practice. Each night, write down 3 things you're grateful for. This practice shifts your focus to the positive aspects of your life and can significantly enhance your sense of well-being and contentment. Digital detox. In our hyper-connected world, technology plays a significant role in accelerating the pace of life. While digital devices offer incredible benefits, their constant presence can also contribute to stress, distraction, and a feeling of being perpetually on. Implementing a digital detox, even in small doses, can help mitigate these effects and foster a slower, more intentional lifestyle. One simple strategy is to designate certain times of the day as screen-free moments. Meal times, for example, offer a perfect opportunity to disconnect from devices and connect with others or simply enjoy your food. Another approach is to establish screen-free zones in your home, such as the bedroom, to encourage better sleep and more tranquil spaces. A more structured approach to reducing digital consumption is to schedule regular digital detox days or periods. This could be 1 day a week, a weekend each month, or an hour each day where you commit to turning off your digital devices and engaging in non-digital activities that you enjoy. During these times, you might explore hobbies, spend time outdoors, read, or simply relax and do nothing. The idea is to give your mind a break from the constant influx of information and stimuli that digital devices provide, allowing you to reconnect with yourself and the world around you in a more meaningful way. By starting small, engaging in mindfulness practices, and thoughtfully managing our use of technology, we can gradually incorporate slow living principles into our daily lives. These practices help us to reclaim our time, focus our attention on what truly matters, and live more fully and joyfully. Slow living isn't about rejecting the modern world, but about finding ways to navigate it more mindfully and intentionally, creating space for peace, connection, and well-being. The philosophy of slow living, while not explicitly formulated in the writings of ancient philosophers or even early psychologists, resonates deeply with many of their teachings and perspectives. Let's explore how the thoughts of renowned philosophers and psychologists align with the principles of slow living, each accompanied by a relevant quote that encapsulates their viewpoint. Carl Jung, The Importance of Self-Reflection. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung's work on the importance of self-reflection and the journey towards self-awareness offers a profound psychological foundation for the principles of slow living. Jung believed that by turning our gaze inward, we embark on a path of individuation, a process of self-discovery and integration that leads to psychological wholeness. This introspective journey is not unlike the slow living ethos, which encourages a mindful examination of our lives, choices, and the pace at which we move through the world. Jung's emphasis on the unconscious and the symbols that arise from it underscores the depth of understanding and insight we can gain from moments of quiet reflection and stillness. Slow living, with its encouragement to pause and reflect, mirrors Jung's belief in the transformative power of looking within to find balance, purpose, and a deeper connection to our authentic selves. In this way, the slow living movement can be seen as a contemporary application of Jung's ideas, inviting us to awaken to our true potential by slowing down and paying attention to the inner workings of our minds and hearts. Seneca, the value of time. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Life is long enough, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for their highest achievements, if it were all well invested. Seneca's reflections on time and the importance of living wisely resonate deeply with the slow living philosophy. The Stoic philosophers' assertion that the problem is not the brevity of life, but rather our misuse of it, challenges us to reconsider our relationship with time. Slow living responds to this challenge by advocating for a more intentional and considered approach to how we spend our days. By choosing to slow down, prioritize depth over speed, and cultivate mindfulness in our daily activities, we align with Seneca's wisdom. The slow living movement encourages us to invest our time in what truly matters, to savor life's experiences, and to live in accordance with our values. Seneca's perspective reminds us that the richness of life is not diminished by its length, but by our failure to live it fully and consciously. Slow living, then, can be seen as a practical application of Stoic principles, a way to ensure that our time is well spent and our lives well lived. Henry David Thoreau, Simplifying Life. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. Henry David Thoreau's experiment in simple living at Walden Pond is a seminal example of the principles that underpin slow living. Thoreau sought to strip away the non-essentials, to live in harmony with nature, and to discover the essence of a life well lived. His deliberate choice to embrace simplicity and mindfulness in the pursuit of deeper understanding and connection with the natural world mirrors the slow living ethos. Thoreau's advocacy for simplicity, self-reliance, and mindfulness offers valuable lessons for those drawn to slow living. By reducing the clutter, both physical and mental, that occupies our lives, we can focus more fully on the present moment and on the aspects of life that truly enrich us. Thoreau's journey challenges us to question the societal norms that equate success with accumulation and busyness with importance. In embracing the lessons of Walden, the slow living movement calls us back to the basics, to a life that prioritizes depth, connection, and personal fulfillment over speed and superficiality. These perspectives highlight a common thread through the ages: the search for a meaningful, balanced, and reflective life. While the term slow living might not have been used, the essence of this philosophy permeates the teachings of many great thinkers, suggesting that the yearning for depth, connection, and mindfulness in life is a timeless pursuit. Before we wrap up this video, let's take a moment to reflect on the journey we've undertaken together, delving into the serene waters of slow living. We began by painting a picture of the modern lifestyle marked by its relentless pace, constant connectivity, and the toll it takes on our mental and physical health. The cacophony of our daily existence, with its myriad demands and distractions, has led many of us to yearn for a different way of being, one that is more intentional, balanced, and fulfilling. Into this fray stepped the philosophy of slow living, a gentle yet powerful countercurrent to the speed and noise of contemporary life. We explored its historical and philosophical roots, finding resonance with the teachings of great thinkers like Carl Jung, who invited us to look inward for awakening, Seneca, who reminded us of the true value of time, and Henry David Thoreau, who sought simplicity and deliberate living as the essence of existence. These perspectives, though centuries apart, converge on the profound realization that the quality of our lives is not determined by the speed at which we move through them, but by the depth of our engagement with the present moment. The benefits of embracing slow living are as varied as they are significant. From improved mental health, fostering a calm and resilient mind, to enhanced physical well-being and the deepening of our relationships, the rewards of decelerating our lives are both profound and pervasive. Yet, as we acknowledge, this path is not without its challenges and criticisms, particularly in a society that equates busyness with importance and productivity with worth. Despite these hurdles, the essence of slow living is not about retreating from the world, but about engaging with it more meaningfully. It's about making conscious choices that align with our deepest values and desires, rather than being swept along by the currents of societal expectation and digital overload. As we conclude, I invite you to pause and consider your own life. Where might you benefit from slowing down? What small, manageable changes can you make to introduce more moments of stillness, reflection, and connection into your days? The journey to slow living doesn't require grand gestures or radical life overhauls. It begins with a single step, a moment of pause, a deep breath. Let this exploration be a catalyst for your own exploration into slow living. Embrace the power of pause, the richness of reflection, and the beauty of connection that lies at the heart of this philosophy. As you venture forth, carry with you the wisdom of those who have walked this path before, the knowledge that slowing down is not about doing less, but about living more deeply, more fully, more truly. In the words of Mary Oliver, to pay attention, this is our endless and proper work. Let slow living be your invitation to pay attention to the life that unfolds around you and within you, every moment of every day. It's the path to a more vibrant, joyous, and meaningful existence. So take that step, embrace the slow, and awaken to the wonder of your own life. Are you truly alive, or are you just breathing? It's easy to mistake existence for living. You wake up every day, perform the same routines, work, socialize, watch TV, and then sleep, only to repeat it all again tomorrow. But is that really living, or is it just existing on autopilot? Ask yourself this: if today were your last day, would you spend it exactly as you've planned? Would you be satisfied knowing that your life ended precisely in the middle of your usual routines? Or would you feel a pang of regret, realizing that you never truly took the chance to live deliberately, to take risks, to embrace opportunities, or to chase dreams that genuinely matter to you? The reality is that most people today spend their entire lives running on autopilot. Existential autopilot is a silent, pervasive state of living passively, where decisions aren't made consciously, but rather as automatic responses to external expectations or ingrained habits. You move through life without ever pausing to question why you're doing what you're doing. You choose a career because it's practical, stay in relationships out of comfort, or maintain friendships out of habit rather than genuine connection. The troubling consequence of living this way is not just monotony, but a subtle erosion of your identity, creativity, and happiness. Days, weeks, even years blend together into an indistinguishable blur, leaving you to wonder, where did the time go? How did I end up here? Existential autopilot isn't always obvious because it often feels comfortable. It gives you the illusion of safety, a predictable pattern that seemingly protects you from life's uncertainty and chaos. But beneath this superficial comfort lies a deeper anxiety, the haunting sense that life could be more meaningful, more fulfilling, more vibrant. It's an anxiety philosophers describe as existential dread, a powerful awareness of life's brevity and fragility that hits you during moments of quiet reflection. Instead of running from this dread, existential philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre, Friedrich Nietzsche, and Albert Camus believed in confronting it head-on. They argued that acknowledging life's fleeting nature doesn't have to paralyze you. Rather, it can liberate you, pushing you to live intentionally and authentically. We're going to break down exactly how to snap out of existential autopilot and begin living a conscious, intentional life. We'll explore profound existential insights and practical tools drawn from some of history's most influential thinkers, providing you with the clarity and courage you need to step out of your comfort zone and reclaim your life. By the end, you'll understand not just why it's crucial to wake up from autopilot, but precisely how to do it. It's time to stop merely breathing and start truly living. We've all felt it, that strange sensation of time slipping by, days blending into weeks, weeks into months, until suddenly you're looking back, wondering where it all went. You get up in the morning, check your phone, brush your teeth, rush through breakfast, go to work, come home, maybe distract yourself with a bit of entertainment, then sleep, and repeat. At first, this pattern seems harmless. It's just life, right? But over time, something unsettling starts to grow in the background. A dull emptiness, a quiet voice asking, "Is this all there is?" That's the crisis of living on autopilot. So what exactly does living on autopilot mean? On the surface, it's a life ruled by routine. It's when you move through your day without conscious thought or deliberate choice, driven more by habit, external expectations, and societal scripts than by your own values or desires. You're not making decisions because you deeply want something, but because that's what you're supposed to do. You study what's practical, not what excites you. You work a job because it pays the bills, not because it fulfills you. You spend time with people out of obligation, not connection. You scroll endlessly on your phone, not because it brings joy, but because it fills the silence. Autopilot living doesn't necessarily mean you're lazy or unproductive. You might be incredibly busy, your calendar could be packed, you could be constantly doing, but not really being. That's the core of it. You're active, but not awake. There's no presence, no intentionality, no genuine engagement with your own life. You're moving, but not going anywhere that matters to you. And this kind of living comes at a high cost. Over time, the psychological toll becomes hard to ignore. There's a creeping sense of dissatisfaction, like something's missing, even if you can't quite name what. Anxiety builds, not always as a loud panic, but as a low, constant hum. It's the discomfort of being misaligned with yourself. It's the tension of living a life that looks fine on the outside, but feels hollow on the inside. The longer you stay in autopilot, the harder it becomes to remember who you really are beneath the layers of routine. You start questioning your purpose, your identity, and the meaning of everything you do. Regret begins to whisper, especially in moments of stillness, when the noise fades and you're left alone with your thoughts. People often describe this feeling as a midlife crisis, but the truth is, it's not about age, it's about awareness. That crisis can hit anyone, at any time, once they realize they've been asleep at the wheel. It's the moment you wake up in a life you don't recognize, built on choices you never consciously made. This is where existentialism steps in, not as a gloomy philosophy, but as a radical wake-up call. Existentialist thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre, Martin Heidegger, and Albert Camus believe that the core of human existence lies in our freedom. Not just political freedom or freedom of movement, but a deeper, scarier kind, the freedom to choose what your life means. According to Sartre, existence precedes essence. This means you are not born with a predefined purpose or identity. You exist first, and then it's up to you to define who you are through your actions and choices. In other words, you're not a passenger, you're the one driving. But most people don't want that responsibility. It's terrifying. So instead, they hide in routines, social roles, distractions, anything to avoid confronting the raw freedom of shaping their own life. Martin Heidegger described this condition as falling into the they self, where you become just another member of the crowd, doing what they do, thinking what they think. You stop being yourself and start being a vague echo of the world around you. You exist, but not authentically. And this inauthentic existence leads to what Heidegger called inauthentic Dasein, a state of being where you're disconnected from your own potential. You're not choosing your path, you're drifting along one that's already been paved. Albert Camus, on the other hand, approached this crisis through the lens of absurdity. He saw the human condition as inherently absurd. We search for meaning in a universe that offers none by default. That realization, he argued, doesn't have to lead to despair. In fact, it can be the beginning of freedom. When you accept that life has no inherent meaning, you're no longer bound by false expectations or imposed purposes. You're free to create meaning for yourself. Camus famously wrote, "The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion." In other words, living intentionally, on your own terms, is a form of resistance against the emptiness of autopilot living. The key point here is this: existentialism doesn't tell you what to do with your life. It doesn't hand you a checklist for happiness or a formula for success. Instead, it demands that you decide, that you confront the uncomfortable question, what do I want my life to mean? It challenges you to stop drifting, to take the wheel, and to start choosing deliberately, even if that choice is difficult, unconventional, or risky. But most of us don't start there. We often begin in the crisis. It's the numbness, the anxiety, the regret that forces us to pause. It's the sense that something's off, that we've lost touch with our inner compass. And that's okay. Sometimes it takes discomfort to push us into awareness. Sometimes the breakdown is the beginning of the breakthrough. So if you're feeling stuck, empty, or detached, know this: that feeling is not the end. It's a sign that you're waking up. It's the first crack in the shell of routine, and through that crack, something new can emerge. A life built with awareness, courage, and meaning. You don't have to keep living on autopilot. You don't have to keep saying yes to a life you never consciously chose. Existentialism reminds us that we always have a choice, even if the world tells us otherwise. Existentialism is often misunderstood. People hear the word and assume it's just another complicated, depressing philosophy, something reserved for university classrooms or melancholic intellectuals brooding in cafes. But at its core, existentialism is surprisingly simple and powerful. It begins with a basic truth. Life doesn't come with built-in meaning. There is no universal instruction manual for how to live, no cosmic blueprint laying out your purpose. You're born, you exist, and what you do with that existence is entirely up to you. That freedom is the foundation of existentialist thought, but it's also what makes it so uncomfortable. Because if there's no script, then you are the author. If there's no preordained meaning, then you must create your own. And that means everything. Your happiness, your values, your identity is ultimately your responsibility. Jean-Paul Sartre, one of the most prominent voices in existential philosophy, put it bluntly, man is condemned to be free. At first glance, that sounds contradictory. Isn't freedom a good thing? Isn't it something we fight for? But Sartre wasn't talking about political or social freedom. He meant something deeper, the existential reality that we are free whether we like it or not. We are condemned to freedom because there is no way to escape it. Even doing nothing, even refusing to choose, is itself a choice. You can't opt out of responsibility for your life. You can only delay it, and usually at the cost of your peace, your authenticity, and your potential. What Sartre is really pointing to is the burden of freedom. Because if you are truly free, then you can't blame anyone or anything else for the direction of your life. You can't say, it's just how I was raised, or that's what society expects, or I had no other option. Those things might influence you, yes, but they don't define you. You always retain the ability to choose, even if the choices are hard. And that realization can be terrifying. Most people don't want that kind of responsibility. It's far easier to follow a pre-made path, to let others decide what's valuable, to just do what everyone else is doing and hope it turns out okay. But existentialism rips that illusion away. It demands that you wake up and start choosing deliberately and courageously. This kind of thinking isn't just philosophical, it's deeply practical. Think about how often we give up our agency without realizing it. We take jobs we hate because we believe we have no choice. We stay in toxic relationships because starting over feels too hard. We suppress dreams and passions because they don't seem realistic. And every time we do that, we give up a little more of ourselves. Existentialism calls that out. It forces us to see how often we surrender our freedom in exchange for comfort or certainty. And it reminds us that those comforts come with a cost, the slow erosion of our sense of self. But here's where existentialism becomes empowering. That same realization that no one is coming to save you, that there's no guidebook, also means you are completely free to rewrite your story. You don't have to wait for permission. You don't have to follow anyone else's definition of success. You can wake up tomorrow and choose differently. You can realign your actions with your values. You can stop sleepwalking and start showing up as the person you actually want to be. That kind of freedom is rare, and it's easy to overlook in a world obsessed with formulas and quick fixes. But existentialism reminds you that the only real transformation comes from within, and it starts the moment you take full ownership of your life. This is where the concept of existential anxiety comes in, a core part of existential thought that's often misunderstood. Most of us try to avoid anxiety at all costs. We see it as a flaw, a weakness, something to fix or medicate away. But existentialists see anxiety differently. They see it as a signal, an internal alarm that something deeper is happening. Existential anxiety shows up when we realize the weight of our freedom, when we recognize that the life we're living doesn't reflect who we really are, when we feel the discomfort of being untrue to ourselves. This anxiety isn't there to destroy us, it's there to wake us up. It's the friction between who you are and who you could be. And if you learn to listen to it, it can be the beginning of something extraordinary. Instead of running from existential anxiety, we can lean into it. We can let it push us to ask better questions. Am I living in alignment with my values? Am I showing up for my life with intention? Am I making choices that matter, or just reacting out of fear or habit? These aren't comfortable questions, but they're the ones that lead to real change. Because when you start asking them honestly, you begin to see the ways in which you've been hiding from yourself. And in that awareness lies your opportunity to grow. Sartre's philosophy isn't meant to shame you or make you feel guilty about your life so far. It's an invitation, a bold, unapologetic invitation to start living on purpose, to stop blaming the past or the world or bad luck. To realize that no matter where you are or how lost you feel, you can start taking responsibility right now. You can choose your values, you can choose your relationships, you can choose your habits, your focus, your beliefs, and through those choices you create meaning. That's existentialism in action. It's not abstract, it's not theoretical, it's deeply human and intensely real. The philosophers were talking about Sartre, Camus, Heidegger. They weren't just talking about ideas. They were trying to answer the same questions we all wrestle with. Why am I here? What do I do with my life? How do I live in a way that matters? Their answers weren't always easy, and they weren't always optimistic. But they were honest. They looked directly at the raw, uncomfortable reality of being human, and they offered a path through it. A path built not on fantasy or hope, but on courage, choice, and authenticity. When you see a photo of Sartre standing in post-war Paris, cigarette in hand, eyes burning with intellectual fire, what you're really seeing is a man who dared to say, "You are responsible for your life, no one else." When you read Camus writing about the absurd, about finding joy in a meaningless universe, you're seeing a man who believed that even in the face of despair, rebellion was possible. That even if life is fleeting and fragile, it can still be lived beautifully, if we choose to live it that way. These ideas aren't just for the history books. They're for you, here and now. You don't have to be a philosopher to live with intention. You just have to decide that your life is worth showing up for. That your freedom, while terrifying, is also sacred. That your anxiety isn't a curse, it's a compass. And that no one can live your life but you. Visualize it. A person standing alone in a vast open space, the world stretching out in every direction. There's no map, no guide, just the horizon, the unknown, and the responsibility to take a step. That's what Sartre meant. That's what existentialism is. You are here, you are alive, and what you do with that is entirely up to you. There's a kind of quiet suffering that doesn't scream. It doesn't look like rock bottom, and it doesn't come with dramatic breakdowns. It's a subtle, creeping numbness, a sense that something is off, even if you can't quite explain what. You're functioning, you're doing the things you're supposed to be doing, but deep down it feels like you're not really there. This is one of the clearest signs that you're living on autopilot. Life moves around you and through you, but you're not fully awake inside it. Conversations feel shallow, days feel repetitive, and you catch yourself going through the motions without feeling genuinely connected to what you're doing. You smile, you nod, you participate, but something essential is missing. And the scariest part, you start to get used to it. Think about how often you find yourself forgetting what you just did. You walk into a room and forget why. You finish eating and don't even remember the taste of your food. You drive somewhere and arrive with no memory of the journey. These aren't just signs of distraction, they're signs of disconnection. You're there physically, but mentally and emotionally you're somewhere else. And that somewhere else is often a place of escape, not engagement. This detachment becomes your default, and slowly it spreads to everything. You stop noticing the color of the sky, the sound of your own laughter, the way your body feels when you stretch or breathe deeply. You lose touch with the richness of the present moment and life becomes a blur. Another powerful indicator that you're on autopilot is the way you treat your dreams, the things you've always wanted to do, the life you've imagined for yourself. When you're stuck in passive mode, those dreams get pushed aside. You tell yourself you'll get to them someday. You postpone the trip you always wanted to take. You delay working on that project that excites you. You wait for the perfect moment to make a change, one that never comes. Maybe you wanted to start a creative hobby, switch careers, move to a new city, start a business, learn a new language. Whatever it is, it lingers in the background like a ghost. And every time you ignore it, a piece of you fades just a little more. And over time, this becomes the norm, constantly putting off what really matters while convincing yourself you're just too busy or not ready yet. We often mask this with distractions. The easiest way to avoid our own thoughts is to drown them in noise. So we scroll and scroll and scroll. Social media becomes not just a habit, but an anesthetic. You pick up your phone without even thinking. You open one app, then another, 10 minutes pass, then 30, then an hour. And when you finally look up, you feel emptier than when you started. You didn't rest, you didn't connect, you didn't grow, you just escaped. Streaming platforms, mindless videos, endless content, it all offers a quick fix for discomfort, but it leaves you hollow. You're not consuming it because you love it. You're consuming it because it's easier than facing your own silence. But that silence is where your truth lives. Sometimes autopilot shows up as emotional numbness. You stop feeling joy the way you used to. The things that once excited you barely move the needle now. You laugh less, not because there's nothing funny, but because it takes more to pierce through the fog you're in. Even sadness can start to feel muted. It's not dramatic despair, just a low-grade discontent, like a gray filter over everything. You might tell yourself you're just tired, or that it's normal to feel this way, but deep down, you know this isn't how you're meant to live. You were meant to feel fully, to experience the highs and lows of life in their full spectrum. When that range collapses into monotony, something inside you begins to wilt. Pay attention to how you speak to yourself. Do you constantly rationalize your choices with phrases like, "It's not that bad," or "At least I have a job," or "Everyone else is doing the same thing"? These are coping mechanisms, ways to justify a life that no longer fits you. They're mental autopilot statements, scripts that keep you small, compliant, and comfortable. And they're dangerous, not because they're false, but because they're half-true. They contain just enough truth to keep you stuck. But the other half, the part you're not admitting, is that you want more. You crave purpose, you crave depth, you crave freedom, and no amount of justification can silence that craving forever. Look at how you use your time. Are your days filled with intentional actions or just endless tasks that drain you? Do you end your day feeling fulfilled or just relieved that it's over? Are you creating something or just consuming what others have created? Do you spend more time reacting than initiating? Autopilot thrives on reactivity. You wake up and immediately check notifications. You respond to emails. You go to work and do what's asked. You come home and collapse into whatever media is most convenient. You follow a pattern that was handed to you, not one you designed. And even when you have a free moment, you don't use it to reflect or realign, you use it to escape. This isn't laziness, it's inertia, and the only way to break inertia is to recognize it. Ask yourself some hard questions and be brutally honest with your answers. When was the last time you felt truly alive? When was the last time you took a risk for something that mattered to you? When was the last time you said no to what was easy and yes to what was meaningful? Are you proud of how you're spending your days? Do your actions reflect your deepest values, or are they just keeping you afloat? What are you avoiding by staying busy? Who would you be if no one was watching, if you weren't trying to meet anyone's expectations? What would your life look like if you were living it on purpose? These questions can be uncomfortable. They're meant to be. They peel back the layers of distraction and busyness and show you what's underneath. They bring you face to face with your truth, not your public persona, not your survival mode, but your raw, unfiltered self. And that confrontation, while scary, is the first step toward change, because you can't fix what you won't face, and you won't face what you keep numbing. You might be thinking, I don't know how to live differently. That's okay, you don't need to have all the answers yet. What matters is that you start paying attention, that you stop pretending everything's fine when it isn't, that you get curious about your own life again. Awareness is the beginning of transformation, and once you see the patterns, you can start breaking them. You can take back control, one conscious choice at a time. You can begin to trade numbness for presence, routine for intention, and passive living for purposeful creation. The question is, are you willing to wake up? Most people live as if they have all the time in the world. We make plans for someday. We say we'll chase our dreams when we're more stable, more confident, more prepared. We delay hard conversations, meaningful adventures, and bold decisions because we believe tomorrow will be waiting for us. But death has a way of reminding us that tomorrow is never promised, that our time is not infinite, that life is not a rehearsal, and yet we carry on as if we're immortal. We avoid thinking about death because it makes us uncomfortable, but the truth is, remembering that we will die is one of the most powerful tools we have to truly start living. The Stoics had a phrase for this: memento mori, remember that you must die. It wasn't meant to scare or depress people. It was a call to wake up, a reminder to live each day fully because each day could be your last. Seneca, one of the most practical of the Stoic philosophers, wrote extensively about this. He warned us not to waste time, because it's the one thing we can never get back. You can earn more money, meet new people, gain new experiences, but once time has passed, it's gone forever. And the problem isn't that life is too short, Seneca argued. It's that we waste so much of it. We spend hours chasing things that don't matter, worrying about things we can't control, and ignoring the things that actually give life depth and meaning. Seneca wasn't just writing for philosophers or kings, he was writing for everyone, for anyone who's ever let years slip by in a haze of busyness and distraction. He said, "You act like mortals in all that you fear, and like immortals in all that you desire." Meaning we're terrified of the wrong things. We fear discomfort, failure, embarrassment while living as if death doesn't exist. But it does. And if you let that reality sink in, not in a morbid way, but in a focused, intentional way, it can completely transform how you live your life. Imagine waking up every day with the clear awareness that this might be your last. Would you waste your energy on petty arguments? Would you spend hours mindlessly scrolling on your phone? Would you put off that dream one more year? Or would you show up with urgency, with presence, with gratitude? Martin Heidegger, one of the central figures in existential philosophy, also believed that the awareness of death is essential to authentic living. He introduced the idea of being toward death, the concept that the only way to live authentically is to live with full awareness of our mortality. Most of us try to avoid this awareness. We distract ourselves with routines, with entertainment, with endless planning for the future. Heidegger called this inauthenticity, when we live as if we're just part of the crowd, detached from the raw reality of our own existence. But when we confront death, when we truly absorb the fact that we are finite beings, something changes. We begin to ask different questions. We begin to seek real answers. We stop postponing what matters and start acting from a place of truth. Being toward death is not about giving up or becoming morbid. It's about waking up. It's about living each moment with the understanding that it's fragile and irreplaceable. When you live with death in mind, you're more likely to speak honestly, to act with courage, to love more deeply, and to stop wasting time on things that don't matter. You stop pretending and you start becoming. Death awareness doesn't shrink your life, it sharpens it. It puts everything into focus. So let me ask you something directly. If you had 1 year left to live, how differently would you live it? If you knew, with certainty, that 365 days from now your time would be up, what would change? Would you still be doing the same job? Spending time with the same people? Living in the same place? Would you still be putting off the things you've been meaning to do for years? Would you still be afraid to take that risk, to start that project, to say how you really feel? Be honest with yourself, really sit with the question, because the uncomfortable truth is, that scenario isn't just hypothetical. You don't know how much time you have. None of us do. Most people don't start living until they get a wake-up call, until they lose someone they love, or face a diagnosis, or have a brush with death themselves. Only then does it hit them how short this ride really is, how quickly it can all be taken away, how much time they've already let slip by. But you don't need to wait for tragedy to wake you up. You can let philosophy do that for you. That's the gift of memento mori. It's a reminder baked into your daily life. This is it. This is your life. Don't sleep through it. You don't need to panic. You don't need to drop everything and move to a different continent. But you do need to start acting like your time matters, because it does. Every day you wake up is a day you'll never get back. Every conversation could be your last with that person. Every opportunity you ignore may never come again. And every moment you spend inauthentically trying to please others, following someone else's script, is a moment you steal from the life that could have been yours. Start small if you have to. Start by paying attention. Watch how you spend your time. Notice where you go numb. Ask yourself why you're avoiding certain choices. Be honest about the things you've been postponing for years. Call the people you've lost touch with. Tell the truth even if your voice shakes. Stop saying someday and start saying now. Living with death in mind is not about fear, it's about clarity. It's about living so fully, so courageously, that when your time comes, you can meet it without regret. The Stoics believe that death should be like a friend, always nearby, always reminding us to live with urgency and purpose. Camus echoed that in his own way. He said we must imagine Sisyphus happy, even as he pushed the boulder endlessly uphill. Why? Because even in a world without guaranteed meaning, we can still choose to live beautifully, defiantly, truthfully. And that's what this is really about. Death is not the end of the conversation, it's the beginning. It's the ultimate mirror. It reflects back the life you're living and asks, is this the life you want? If not, don't wait, change it. You owe it to yourself to stop living on autopilot. You owe it to yourself to live a life so real, so present, so intentional, that when your final day comes, you'll be able to look back and say, I didn't waste it. There's a strange kind of safety in doing what everyone else is doing. If you follow the rules, stick to the plan, blend in with the group, and never ask too many questions, life tends to go more smoothly, at least on the surface. You're less likely to be judged. You won't stand out too much. You won't ruffle feathers or make anyone uncomfortable. You'll be accepted, praised even. But beneath that comfort often lies a quiet kind of despair, a feeling that you've traded your real self for a mask, that you're living a life designed by someone else, your parents, your peers, your culture, your social media feed. This is the crisis of conformity, when your outer life might look fine to everyone else, but your inner life is starving. Søren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher and theologian, was one of the earliest thinkers to warn against this. He believed that the greatest danger to the individual wasn't failure or suffering, it was losing yourself in the crowd. He wrote that the crowd is untruth, meaning that when you start living based on what the collective expects from you, what's fashionable, what's proper, what's normal, you begin to abandon your own responsibility to become a true self. You outsource your decisions, you let public opinion take the wheel, and the terrifying thing is, you might not even notice it. Because the crowd doesn't demand that you betray yourself all at once. It's subtle. It happens in small, quiet compromises. You take the safe job instead of the one that excites you. You hold back your real opinions so you won't offend anyone. You wear clothes you don't even like, repeat phrases you don't believe, live a life that doesn't quite fit, but it feels easier than being different. Kierkegaard saw this as a spiritual sickness, not because it had anything to do with religion, but because it dulled the soul. It made people forget that they were unique, that they had a personal relationship with life, and that no one else could live their life for them. He believed that to truly be yourself, you have to stand alone at some point. You have to confront the anxiety that comes with not belonging, the discomfort of being misunderstood, and the responsibility of making your own choices. That kind of authenticity doesn't come cheaply. It costs you comfort, approval, and sometimes relationships. But in return, it gives you something far more valuable: your selfhood, your integrity, your inner peace. Friedrich Nietzsche, the German philosopher and provocateur, took this idea even further. He believed that most people live as herd animals, just going along with the crowd, obeying without thinking, and living by values they've inherited but never examined. For Nietzsche, the highest goal wasn't happiness or safety, it was becoming who you truly are. He called this the path of the Übermensch, not a superior race or superhuman, as it's often misunderstood, but an ideal individual who creates their own values and lives according to their own inner law. This isn't about selfishness, it's about self-creation. It's about breaking free from the programming of society and becoming the author of your own life. Nietzsche warned that blindly following morality, customs, or religion without questioning them turns people into shadows of themselves. They don't live, they obey, and in doing so, they miss the entire point of being human, the ability to choose, to question, to grow, and to create meaning from within. He admired those rare individuals who had the courage to break the mold, who chose truth over comfort, and who were willing to suffer in order to live honestly. Because for Nietzsche, suffering was not the enemy, it was the crucible where the self is forged. He said, "He who has a why to live for can bear almost anyhow. When you live authentically, you suffer for the right reasons. Not because you're lost or pretending, but because you're building something real." Living authentically then is not about being different just for the sake of it. It's not about rebellion or aesthetic or identity politics. It's about alignment. It's about getting brutally honest with yourself. What do I believe? What do I value? What kind of life do I actually want to live? And then living in accordance with those answers, even if the world doesn't approve. Authenticity isn't a single moment of clarity, it's a lifelong process. You have to keep choosing it over and over again in big decisions and small ones. You have to catch yourself when you start falling back into habits that aren't yours. You have to question the narratives you've inherited about success, about relationships, about what it means to be normal. The world will constantly try to pull you back into conformity. It will reward you for staying in line, for doing what's expected, for chasing what everyone else is chasing. But here's the truth. The life you're meant to live doesn't exist in the script that's been handed to you. It has to be written from scratch, and writing it is messy, uncomfortable, and often lonely. But the reward is freedom, not the kind of freedom that comes from breaking rules for fun, but the deeper kind that comes from knowing you're not faking it anymore, that you're not performing, that you've stopped living for applause and started living from your core. Choosing authenticity over conformity is a radical act in today's world. It means you might make less money, it means some people won't understand you, it means you'll have to make hard choices that go against the grain. But the trade-off is that you get to live a life that actually feels like yours. You get to wake up in the morning and not feel like an imposter in your own skin. You get to look in the mirror and see someone who's flawed, yes, but real, alive, awake. Ask yourself how much of your life is truly yours. How many of your opinions are your own? How many of your choices were made because you deeply wanted them, not because they were expected of you? Are you living for approval or for truth? Are you following a path because it feels right or because it feels familiar? These aren't easy questions, but they're necessary if you want to break free from the invisible grip of conformity. Don't wait for permission to be yourself. Don't wait for the world to be ready for who you are. Kierkegaard and Nietzsche didn't write for the masses. They wrote for individuals who were ready to think for themselves, for people brave enough to walk their own path, even when that path is hard, uncertain, and lonely. But remember this, authenticity might be uncomfortable, but it's never empty, because at the end of the day, you can fool the world, but you can't fool yourself. You know when you're living in alignment, and you know when you're not. So if there's a voice inside you that's been trying to speak, listen. If there's a version of you that you've buried to fit in, dig it up. If you've been playing a role for so long that you forgot who you were before the act began, go find that person again. Not for the world, for you. Because your life, your one and only life, deserves to be lived fully, honestly, and unapologetically. And no amount of approval will ever replace the quiet peace of knowing you stayed true to yourself. There's a common belief that happiness comes from comfort, ease, and the absence of struggle. We're told that if we can just eliminate stress, avoid conflict, and reach some peaceful, pain-free plateau, then we'll finally be happy. But real life rarely works that way. And more importantly, this idea is fundamentally flawed. It's not comfort that gives our lives meaning. It's not passive peace that fills us with purpose. It's struggle, purposeful, chosen, meaningful struggle. When you look back at the most important chapters of your life, the ones that shaped you, defined you, and taught you the most, you'll notice something. They weren't the easy ones. They were the ones you had to fight through, the ones that tested you, stretched you, forced you to grow. And that's what Viktor Frankl, the Austrian neurologist, psychiatrist, and Holocaust survivor, understood better than almost anyone. Frankl's philosophy, called logotherapy, was built on a very simple but powerful idea. The primary motivation in life is not pleasure, as Freud claimed, but meaning. He argued that human beings can endure almost anything, suffering, hardship, loss, if they believe that it matters. Frankl survived Auschwitz, one of the most horrific environments imaginable, and still came out with the belief that life can be meaningful even in the most desperate conditions. He observed that those who survived the camps weren't always the physically strongest, but often those who had something to live for. A person, a goal, a vision of the future. How do you know which struggles are meaningful and which ones are just pointless suffering? How do you distinguish between pain that's part of your growth and pain that's just keeping you stuck? The difference lies in purpose. A meaningful struggle is one that brings you closer to something you truly value. It's the hard work of building something that matters to you. It's the discomfort of pursuing your potential, even when it's terrifying. It's the emotional labor of healing from trauma, being honest in your relationships, or confronting your own limitations. These things are not easy, but they're worth it. They move you forward. They expand your life. On the other hand, meaningless struggle is what happens when you're stuck in cycles that go nowhere. It's working a job you hate just for the paycheck, when you know it's draining your soul. It's staying in toxic relationships because you're afraid to be alone. It's pretending to be someone you're not, day after day, because you fear rejection more than you value your authenticity. These kinds of struggles feel heavy, exhausting, and stagnant. They don't teach you anything. They don't connect you to your deeper self. They just wear you down. And the tragic thing is, people often choose these struggles because they seem safer. They're familiar, predictable. But that safety comes at the cost of your vitality, your creativity, and your sense of purpose. Frankl believed that responsibility was the gateway to meaning, that to live a meaningful life, you must take responsibility, not just for surviving, but for choosing your response to life's challenges. He called this the last of the human freedoms, the ability to choose your attitude in any given set of circumstances. Even in a concentration camp, stripped of everything, Frankl realized he could still control how he faced his suffering. That choice, how we respond to pain, is what makes us human. And in a world obsessed with avoiding difficulty, that's a radical idea. Most of us go to great lengths to dodge pain. We avoid hard conversations, we put off tough decisions, we distract ourselves from discomfort, but in doing so, we also avoid the very things that give life depth. So what if we flipped the mindset? What if we stopped asking, how can I avoid struggle? And started asking, what struggle is worth it? Instead of chasing comfort, what if we chased meaning? That doesn't mean we should intentionally suffer or seek out hardship for no reason. But it does mean we should stop being afraid of the hard path, especially when that path leads us towards something real. Want to build a creative life? You'll have to face self-doubt, criticism, and the fear of failure. Want to build meaningful relationships? You'll have to face vulnerability, conflict, and emotional honesty. Want to become who you were meant to be? You'll have to face the discomfort of leaving behind who you no longer are. That's not suffering for the sake of suffering. That's growing pains. That's transformation. There's dignity in struggle when it's aligned with your values. There's power in choosing the difficult road if it leads you to something that matters. And when you shift your mindset from avoiding pain to embracing meaningful challenges, everything changes. You start to see obstacles as invitations. You begin to see fear not as a warning sign, but as a signal that you're on the edge of something important. You stop asking, how do I make life easier? And start asking, how do I make it richer? That question leads to a deeper life, one that's not always pleasant, but always real. Too often we confuse pleasure with meaning. We think we'll be happy if we just get rid of all the stress and friction. But a life without friction is also a life without momentum. You can coast for a while, sure, but eventually you'll feel that creeping emptiness. Because deep down, you know you were made for more than comfort. You were made to grow, to serve, to create, to love. And all of those things require effort. They demand something from you. But what they give in return is so much greater than what they take. You don't need to suffer endlessly to live a meaningful life, but you do need to stop running from difficulty. You need to start choosing challenges that matter to you. Start looking at your current struggles. Which of them are building something? Which of them feel like sacrifices you're willing to make? Which of them feel connected to your purpose? And which ones are draining you without giving anything back? Be honest. Then start making changes. Start shifting your energy toward the struggles that move you forward. You don't have to be extraordinary. You just have to be willing. Willing to choose the meaningful fight over the easy exit. Willing to take responsibility when it would be easier to blame. Willing to suffer for the right reasons, because the alternative is to suffer for no reason at all. And that, as Frankl teaches us, is the real tragedy. The moment you start taking responsibility for your struggle, it begins to transform. It becomes sacred. It becomes a story you're proud of. It becomes the fire that forges who you are. You stop being a victim of life and start becoming a participant in it. And that's where meaning lives, not in avoiding the storm, but in learning to dance through it with purpose. That's where you reclaim your life, not when it's perfect, but when it's yours. Understanding the crisis of autopilot living and reflecting on your mortality or authenticity is powerful, but it doesn't change your life unless you act. Awareness is the spark, but action is the fire. If you want to snap out of autopilot, you need to do more than just think differently. You need to live differently. And that doesn't mean quitting your job tomorrow or moving to the mountains. It means starting small. It means becoming aware of the moments you're sleepwalking and making small intentional decisions that slowly pull you back into presence. Big changes are overwhelming, but small steps taken consistently will change the course of your life without you even realizing it at first. One of the simplest and most effective tools for waking up is existential journaling. This isn't about keeping a record of what you ate or what errands you ran. This is about reflecting deeply on the questions that matter. Every morning or night, take 5 to 10 minutes and ask yourself, if today was my last day, what would I want to remember? What would I regret? Did I live in alignment with what I value? These aren't comfortable questions, but they cut through the noise. They force you to look at your actions and ask whether they truly reflect who you are and who you want to be. And over time, this practice will sharpen your awareness like a blade. You'll start noticing when you're acting out of fear or habit, and when you're acting from a place of intention. You'll feel the difference between a day that's truly lived and one that just passes you by. Don't underestimate the power of asking the same question every day. A question like, if today were my last, what would I do differently, has a way of pulling truth out of you. Not all at once, but gradually. The more you answer it, the more honest you become. You start seeing where you're stuck, where you're making excuses, and where you're living someone else's life instead of your own. It might start with small realizations, like how you spend your evenings, who you spend time with, or how you treat your body. But soon, those realizations build up into a deep internal shift. You begin living each day as a choice, not an obligation. Alongside journaling, one of the most immediate ways to disrupt autopilot is through intentional routine disruption. You don't have to change everything at once. In fact, you shouldn't. But you can begin by doing small things differently. Wake up 10 minutes earlier and sit in silence. Take a different route to work. Eat something you've never tried before. Start a conversation with someone you usually ignore. Turn off your phone for an hour and see how it feels. These changes might seem small or even silly, but that's the point. They break the pattern. Autopilot thrives on predictability. The moment you inject something new into your day, your mind wakes up. You become more alert, more engaged. You remember that you have agency, that your life isn't just happening to you, you are participating in it. You can take this even further by practicing what you might call mindful existential reminders. These are moments throughout the day when you pause and remind yourself that you are alive here, now, and that this moment will never come again. You don't need incense or chants or perfect silence. You just need to stop and breathe. Look around. Feel the weight of your body in the chair. Notice the light in the room. Acknowledge the fact that you are a conscious being experiencing this very moment of existence. You can even create little rituals. A deep breath before you open your inbox, a moment of stillness before you speak in a meeting, or a short sentence like, "This is not forever," whispered to yourself when you're frustrated, bored, or tempted to check out mentally. These reminders can be anchors. pulling you back into the present where your real life is happening. Another version of this is meditating on impermanence, not in a dark or heavy way, but in a clear and focused one. Take a few minutes each day to reflect on the fact that everything you're experiencing, this moment, your youth, your relationships, your challenges, is temporary. This isn't meant to scare you, it's meant to heighten your appreciation. When you know that nothing lasts, you stop taking it all for granted. You stop sleepwalking. You realize how precious even the mundane moments are, the way your coffee tastes, the sound of someone's laughter, the feeling of your feet on the ground. You start living with your eyes open, your heart open. The hardest part of all of this isn't starting, it's continuing. It's easy to wake up for a day, a week, maybe even a month, but then life pulls you back. Work piles up, obligations return, the glow of motivation fades. This is why you need to understand one more thing. Meaningful change is slow. It doesn't happen in a single lightning bolt of inspiration. It happens in the accumulation of consistent, small acts. You might not feel different after one journaling session, or one moment of stillness, or one new conversation. But stack those actions day after day, and something deep starts to shift. Your life begins to take a new shape, not because of one dramatic moment, but because of the quiet, repeated decision to live with intention. Patience is not passive. Patience is the discipline to keep showing up even when it feels like nothing is happening. Think of it like planting seeds. You don't see growth right away, but that doesn't mean it isn't happening. Under the surface, things are changing. Your awareness is expanding. Your choices are getting clearer. Your values are becoming more visible. And one day, without even realizing it, you'll wake up and feel different. Not because your external life has radically changed, but because you're finally in it, fully, presently, courageously. You're no longer a bystander. You're no longer numbed out. You're alive. And maybe that's the real goal, not to fix everything, not to be perfect, but simply to be here, to live a life you're awake for. That's what snapping out of autopilot really means. Not that you never fall back asleep, but that you keep choosing to wake up every day, even when it's hard, even when it's boring, even when you're tired. You choose to show up for your life because it's the only one you get. And it deserves more than your automatic responses. It deserves your attention, your presence, your love. So start today. Write one honest sentence in a journal. Do one thing differently. Take one deep breath and feel what it means to be alive in this exact second. That's all it takes to begin. And once you begin, keep going, slowly, gently, but consistently. That's how you build a life worth living, not all at once, but one conscious moment at a time. There's one truth that sits quietly beneath everything we've explored in this video. Life is short, shorter than we think, shorter than we want it to be. And the most painful thing about that truth isn't death itself, it's how easily we forget it. We spend so much time distracted, anxious, waiting for the right moment to speak up, waiting for the perfect conditions to chase our dreams, waiting for clarity, confidence, permission. But the right moment never comes, not the way we imagine it. Life doesn't hand us a sign. It doesn't pause for us to catch up. It just moves, relentlessly, unapologetically. So if you're waiting for the right time, I'll tell you now, it doesn't exist. The only moment you have is the one in front of you right now, and if you don't use it, you'll lose it. This moment, this very second as you sit here listening, is the only thing that's real. The past is gone, the future is uncertain, but this right here is yours. The breath in your lungs, the thoughts in your head, the beating of your heart, that's your life. and it's happening whether you show up for it or not. So what will you do with it? Will you drift through it hoping things change on their own, or will you meet it head on with open eyes and a willing heart? Because no one else is coming to save you. No one is going to live your life for you, and no one can give you meaning. It's yours to create. That's not a burden. That's the greatest kind of freedom. This is the core of existentialism. Not despair, not hopelessness, but radical ownership. It says, yes, life is uncertain. Yes, death is inevitable. Yes, suffering is part of the deal. But so what? You're still here. You're still breathing. You still get to choose what your life means. And that choice, that tiny space between what happens and how you respond, is where all your power lives. Viktor Frankl knew this in the darkest of circumstances. Nietzsche shouted it through fire and fury. Kierkegaard wrestled with it in silence and solitude. Sartre lived it with relentless intensity. And Camus, despite all the absurdity, still chose rebellion, still chose to live. This isn't abstract theory. It's a way of being. It means choosing to live on purpose, even when the world tries to pull you into the comfort of autopilot. It means choosing truth, even when lies would be easier. It means choosing effort, even when laziness is more tempting. And it means choosing to love yourself, others, this strange, beautiful, terrifying life, even when it's messy, uncertain, and imperfect. Existentialism doesn't promise ease, it promises responsibility. But with that responsibility comes power. You don't have to be the victim of your past. You don't have to follow the path you didn't choose. You can rewrite your story. You can begin again today, now, right here. The world will try to convince you that you're small, that you should stay quiet, follow the rules, play it safe. But the truth is, you're more powerful than you think. Not because you can control everything, because you can't, but because you can choose how you meet what life gives you. You can choose to suffer for something meaningful. You can choose to stand apart from the crowd and live authentically. You can choose to take responsibility for your own becoming every single day. That's courage, existential courage. Not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward anyway. To show up fully, despite the uncertainty. To live deliberately in a world that would rather you remain asleep. So let this be your wake-up call. Let this be the moment you decide that your life matters too much to be lived passively. That you're no longer willing to let the days blur together. That you're done waiting. Waiting for confidence, waiting for motivation, waiting for the perfect time. The perfect time is a myth. All you have is now. All you've ever had is now. And the sooner you start treating this moment like the miracle it is, the sooner you'll start living the life you were meant to live. Not someday, not when it's easy, now. Start by making one decision today that reflects who you really are. Say the thing you've been afraid to say. Take the first step toward that dream you've buried. Stop apologizing for wanting more. Stop minimizing your pain. Stop hiding your truth. Start showing up, not as who you think you should be, but as who you are. And keep showing up, even when you stumble, even when no one else understands, even when it's hard. Because that's what living deliberately means. It's not glamorous, it's not always inspiring, but it's real, it's raw, it's yours. There's a line by Albert Camus that captures everything we've talked about in a single breath. He said, "In the depth of winter, I finally learned that within me there lay an invincible summer." That line isn't just poetry. It's a truth buried deep inside all of us. No matter how numb you felt, no matter how lost, how small, how disconnected, you still have that summer inside you. You still have light. You still have strength. You still have the ability to choose, to rise, to begin again. So don't waste another day. Don't waste another breath pretending this isn't your one and only life. It is. And it's too precious, too wild, too fleeting to be lived halfway. Wake up. Choose your life consciously. Live deliberately. Let that be your rebellion. Let that be your legacy. Let that be your freedom. Imagine being caught in a downpour without an umbrella. An inconvenience for sure, but while some curse the sky, others simply smile and walk on. This simple distinction between reactions speaks volumes about our approach to life's uncontrollable elements. In our lives full of unceasing demands and the relentless pace of change, it's easy to find ourselves at the mercy of our surroundings. The unexpected downpour is a metaphor for the myriad unexpected challenges we face. A sudden job loss, an unforeseen argument with a loved one, or even a global crisis that shakes the very foundation of our normalcy. Our instinctual response is to react, often with frustration, anger, or despair. Yet, what if there was a different path? A path that not only shields us from the chaos, but also transforms our relationship with it. This is where the ancient philosophy of Stoicism and its modern interpretation through the lens of indifference comes into play. Stoicism, a Hellenistic philosophy founded in the early 3rd century BC by Zeno of Citium, offers a blueprint for resilience in the face of adversity. It teaches the value of understanding what is within our control and what isn't, urging us to focus our energy solely on the former. This isn't a call to passivity, but rather a strategy for empowerment. By distinguishing between our external circumstances and our internal reactions, it provides a framework for enduring happiness and peace of mind. The modern concept of indifference, deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, is often misunderstood. It's not about a lack of care or disengagement from the world. Instead, it's about cultivating a selective detachment from things outside our control. This form of indifference isn't cold or unfeeling, rather, it's a deliberate choice to not allow external events to dictate our inner state. It's the recognition that while we can't control the rain, we can control how we respond to it, whether we choose to lament our wet clothes or appreciate the refreshment it brings. The power of not caring, according to this philosophy, lies in its liberation from the tyranny of external validation and the unpredictable waves of fortune. It's a tool for building emotional resilience, enabling us to face life's challenges with equanimity and grace. This philosophy teaches us that our happiness depends not on altering our external environment, but on adjusting our internal perspective. Embracing Stoicism and learning to be indifferent in this nuanced way can profoundly transform our lives. It equips us with the strength to remain steadfast in the face of adversity, to make decisions based on wisdom rather than whim, and to cultivate inner peace regardless of external chaos. This path leads to not just a more effective life, but a more fulfilling one. I want us to delve into the essence of Stoic indifference, unraveling how this ancient wisdom can be applied to our contemporary lives. We'll discover that the true power lies not in the events that befall us, but in our responses to them. By embracing the Stoic practice of indifference, we open ourselves to a life characterized not by resignation, but by profound empowerment. This journey invites us to reconsider not just how we react to the rain, but how we navigate the storms of our lives, finding serenity amidst turbulence and strength in what many perceive as surrender. Thus, our exploration is not merely an academic one, it's a call to action, a challenge to reshape our lives from the inside out. Through the lens of Stoicism, we'll uncover the transformative power of not caring in a way that brings deeper meaning, satisfaction, and effectiveness to our existence. To fully grasp the transformative potential of Stoicism and its nuanced concept of indifference, we must journey back to its origins and understand its foundational principles. This philosophy was born in the bustling heart of ancient Greece, later flourishing in Rome, and has left an indelible mark on the philosophy of Western civilization. This doctrine emerged in the 3rd century BC, founded by Zeno of Citium. Zeno's teachings, initially delivered from the painted porch, or Stoa Poikile in Athens, laid the groundwork for a philosophy that would endure for centuries. Stoicism's resilience through time can be attributed to its practical approach to life's challenges, focusing on personal virtue and wisdom as the keys to happiness. The torch of Stoicism was carried forward by its most eminent figures: Seneca, a Roman statesman; Epictetus, a former slave turned influential teacher; and Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher king. These individuals, despite their vastly different life circumstances, shared a common vision of his philosophy as a way of life. Their writings, ranging from intimate letters and lectures to the meditations of an emperor, offer a rich tapestry of Stoic thought, woven through with the themes of endurance, integrity, and the pursuit of goodness above all else. At the heart of the philosophy lies a set of core principles that guide the practice of indifference. The first of these principles is the pursuit of virtue. Virtue is not merely an abstract ideal, but the very essence of a good life. It encompasses wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, virtues that enable individuals to act in harmony with nature and their rational nature. It teaches that a life aligned with virtue is the highest form of existence, one that transcends the fleeting pleasures and pains of the external world. Understanding what is within our control and what isn't forms the cornerstone of this philosophy. This distinction is crucial for cultivating true indifference. Stoics argue that our perceptions, decisions, and actions are within our control, while everything else, wealth, reputation, health, and even the actions of others, lies beyond it. This wisdom lies in focusing our efforts and concerns on our internal state, refining our character and responses, rather than being swayed by the uncontrollable tides of fate. Living in harmony with nature is another central tenet of Stoicism. This principle goes beyond a simple appreciation for the natural world. It encompasses an alignment with the universe's rational order and our place within it. For Stoics, living in accordance with nature means accepting the unfolding of events as part of a larger, coherent design, even if individual occurrences seem unjust or unfortunate. This acceptance is not passive resignation, but an active affirmation of life's rhythm, grounded in the belief that virtue and wisdom enable us to navigate any circumstance. This concept of indifference, or what is often referred to as apatheia, is perhaps the most misunderstood aspect of Stoicism. Contrary to the modern negative connotations of indifference as a lack of concern or empathy, Stoic indifference is a profound and selective detachment. It's a rational, controlled approach to caring about things, distinguishing between what truly matters, our own virtue and moral character, and what does not, external events and the opinions of others. This form of indifference is not cold or unfeeling. Instead, it is deeply compassionate, grounded in the understanding that most of life's troubles stem from misplaced values and attachments. Indifference, in the Stoic sense, is the result of a meticulous process of reasoning, a deliberate choice to remain unaffected by external circumstances that are beyond our control. This doesn't mean Stoics are indifferent to the welfare of others or to the pursuit of external goals. Rather, they approach these aspects of life with a clear understanding of their relative importance. The Stoic is fully engaged in the world, striving to act virtuously and contribute positively, but without attachment to the outcome of their actions. This detachment allows them to maintain their equanimity in the face of life's ups and downs, freeing them from the tyranny of uncontrolled desires and fears. The practice of selective indifference, then, is not about withdrawal from life, but about engaging with it more fully, more serenely. It's about recognizing the immense power we hold within ourselves, the power to maintain our inner peace, to choose our response to adversity, and to live a life of virtue regardless of external conditions. By embracing indifference, we're not turning our backs on the world. We're choosing to interact with it from a place of strength, wisdom, and profound inner freedom. In the exploration of Stoicism and its profound principle of selective indifference, we find a transformative power that extends into various facets of our lives. This Stoic indifference, far from a mere disengagement, equips us with the tools to navigate life's inevitable vicissitudes with grace and resilience. Among the most significant benefits of this philosophical stance are emotional resilience, enhanced decision-making capabilities, and liberation from the often crushing weight of social pressures. The cultivation of emotional resilience through Stoic indifference is akin to building an inner fortress that remains impervious to the storms raging outside. This resilience is not about suppressing emotions or denying the reality of pain, disappointment, or loss. Rather, it's about acknowledging these feelings while refusing to be overpowered by them. It teaches us that our emotions are largely the product of our judgments and perceptions. By adopting a stance of indifference towards things we cannot control, we learn to reframe our perceptions, focusing instead on our capacity to respond with virtue and composure. This inner transformation does not happen overnight. It requires practice and a steadfast commitment to these principles. However, the reward is a profound sense of peace and stability that endures regardless of external circumstances. When we internalize the idea that we have the power to choose our reactions, we unlock a wellspring of emotional resilience. We become capable of facing life's challenges without being unduly disturbed, maintaining our equilibrium even in the face of adversity. This resilience is not a cold detachment, but a conscious choice to prioritize our inner peace and virtue over the chaos of the external world. Stoic indifference also plays a crucial role in decision-making. In a world where we are constantly bombarded with information and demands, it's easy to become overwhelmed and react impulsively. However, by practicing indifference towards things outside our control, we can clear the mental clutter that clouds our judgment, enabling us to make decisions that are rational, well-considered, and aligned with our core values. This clarity of thought is not merely beneficial in navigating personal dilemmas, it also enhances our professional judgment and ethical reasoning. When we are not unduly attached to outcomes or swayed by the tumult of external events, we can assess situations more objectively. This objectivity allows us to weigh options based on their merits, foresee potential consequences, and choose paths that are not only effective but also just and virtuous. This indifference fosters a decision-making process that is not reactive but reflective, guided by wisdom rather than whims or fears. Perhaps one of the most liberating aspects of Stoic indifference is the freedom it grants from social pressures and the relentless pursuit of external validation. Our contemporary society is characterized by an incessant drive to compare, compete, and conform. This pursuit of approval, status, and material success can be exhausting, leaving individuals feeling perpetually inadequate or unfulfilled. This philosophy offers an antidote to this societal malaise through its emphasis on personal virtue and internal worth over external achievements and the opinions of others. By practicing indifference, we learn to measure our worth by our own standards of virtue, integrity, and self-improvement, rather than the fleeting accolades of the external world. This shift in perspective frees us from the need to constantly seek validation from others. It empowers us to live authentically, pursuing what truly matters to us without being swayed by the ever-changing tides of social expectations. This liberation from social pressures does not mean Stoics retreat from the world or disregard the value of community and relationships. On the contrary, it encourages active engagement with the world, but from a place of self-assurance and equanimity. Freed from the need for external validation, we can focus on contributing positively to our communities and building meaningful relationships based on mutual respect and understanding rather than superficial measures of success. The power of Stoic indifference, then, lies not in a withdrawal from life, but in a deeper engagement with it. By cultivating emotional resilience, we navigate life's challenges with grace. Through clear, rational decision-making, we choose paths that are true to our values, and in freeing ourselves from the tyranny of social pressures, we live more authentically, guided by our own standards of virtue and worth. The application of Stoic indifference in our daily lives can be transformative, offering a pragmatic approach to navigating the complexities of personal life, work, and the inevitable adversities we face. By internalizing and applying these principles, we can cultivate a life marked by resilience, purpose, and profound inner peace. In the realm of personal relationships, emotional challenges, and the daily stresses that punctuate our existence, Stoic indifference serves as a guiding light. This philosophical stance encourages us to adopt a balanced perspective, where our emotional well-being is not held hostage by the actions or opinions of others. One practical strategy for applying Stoicism in personal relationships involves focusing on our own actions and reactions rather than attempting to control or overly invest in the outcomes of others' behaviors. This means practicing forgiveness, understanding, and compassion, recognizing that others act according to their own perceptions, which we cannot control. Another strategy involves the practice of premeditation, mentally preparing for potential challenges or negative outcomes in advance. This doesn't mean dwelling pessimistically on what could go wrong, but rather equipping ourselves mentally for various possibilities. This preparation helps mitigate the impact of emotional challenges and daily stresses, enabling us to respond with composure and resilience rather than react impulsively. Moreover, it teaches us to embrace gratitude, focusing on what we have rather than lamenting what we lack or what might be taken from us. By appreciating the present and finding contentment in our current circumstances, we can mitigate the impact of daily stresses and cultivate a more fulfilling personal life. In the context of work and career, Stoic indifference can be a powerful tool for enhancing productivity, focus, and innovation. By practicing indifference towards external validation and the uncontrollable aspects of our work environment, we can channel our energy more effectively towards our tasks and goals. This mindset reduces procrastination, which often stems from a fear of failure or judgment, by shifting our focus from the outcome to the process of our work. These principles encourage us to view challenges as opportunities for growth and learning, fostering a mindset of problem-solving rather than problem avoidance. This perspective not only improves our capacity to tackle complex issues, but also enhances our resilience in the face of work-related adversity. Furthermore, by maintaining an equanimous stance towards praise and criticism, we can remain centered and motivated by our internal values and goals, rather than being swayed by external opinions or temporary setbacks. The practice of reflection at the end of each day can also enhance our work and career. By reviewing our actions, decisions, and their outcomes, we can identify areas for improvement, celebrate our successes, and maintain a clear sense of purpose and direction in our professional endeavors. The stories of individuals who have overcome significant obstacles through the application of Stoic principles are both inspiring and instructive. One such example is James Stockdale, an American vice admiral and aviator in the United States Navy, who was held captive during the Vietnam War. Stockdale credited Stoicism, particularly the teachings of Epictetus, with helping him endure 7.5 years in captivity, including periods of solitary confinement and torture. His story exemplifies the ideals of endurance, resilience, and the power of the mind over circumstances. Stockdale's application of indifference allowed him to distinguish between what was within his control, his beliefs, attitudes, and responses, and what was not, enabling him to survive with his dignity and integrity intact. His ability to maintain hope and inner strength in the face of harsh adversity, and his forgiveness towards his captors, reflect the Stoic virtues of courage, justice, and temperance. His life demonstrates how Stoic indifference to external conditions, choosing not to be embittered or broken by them, can lead to profound personal and societal transformation. These kind of stories underscore the practical power of Stoic indifference in overcoming adversity. By focusing on what is within our control, and adopting a perspective of growth and resilience, we can navigate life's most challenging moments with grace and strength. Stoicism does not promise an easy life, but offers the tools to live a meaningful one, regardless of the circumstances we face. Cultivating this principle. A philosophical approach that encourages resilience, clarity, and equanimity in the face of life's vicissitudes requires practice and dedication. This transformation is not instantaneous but evolves through consistent engagement with exercises and principles. By incorporating daily reflections, journaling, mindfulness practices, engaging with a supportive community, and understanding the long-term benefits, individuals can progressively internalize and embody the Stoic outlook. The journey towards Stoic indifference begins with practical exercises designed to embed these principles into daily life. One foundational practice is daily reflection, a time set aside each day to contemplate one's actions, thoughts, and feelings through the lens of this philosophy. This could involve considering the day's events in light of what is within one's control and what is not, reflecting on instances where one could have responded more stoically, and planning how to better embody virtues in the future. Journaling complements daily reflection by providing a tangible record of one's thoughts, challenges, and progress. By writing down their reflections, individuals can track their development over time, gaining insights into their behavioral patterns and how these have shifted towards more stoic responses. Journaling prompts based on these teachings can guide this practice, focusing on topics such as gratitude, the acceptance of things beyond one's control, and reflections on the nature of happiness and virtue. The role of community. The path towards Stoic indifference is significantly enriched by community. Engaging with like-minded individuals who are also exploring these practices provides an invaluable source of support, inspiration, and accountability. Communities, whether online forums, local meetup groups, or academic societies, offer spaces to discuss Stoic concepts, share experiences, and receive feedback. These interactions help to deepen one's understanding of this philosophy, highlighting diverse perspectives and applications of these principles in various life situations. Such communities also serve as a reminder that the practice of Stoicism, while deeply personal, is not a solitary endeavor. This emphasis on virtues like justice and community engagement underscores the philosophy's recognition of the interconnectedness of human lives. By participating in Stoic communities, individuals not only gain insights into their own practice of Stoicism, but also contribute to the collective wisdom of the group, fostering a shared growth towards wisdom and virtue. Long-term benefits. The long-term benefits of cultivating Stoic indifference are profound and far-reaching. As individuals deepen their practice of these principles, they often experience a significant transformation in their approach to life. This transformation includes increased resilience to stress and adversity, a greater sense of clarity and purpose, and a deeper, more consistent sense of happiness that is not contingent on external circumstances. The practice of indifference, by emphasizing what is within one's control, leads to a reduction in anxiety and worry over external events. This shift not only enhances emotional well-being, but also improves physical health, as chronic stress is known to have detrimental effects on the body. Furthermore, the Stoic focus on living in accordance with virtue and reason often leads to more fulfilling relationships and a stronger sense of community, as individuals become more empathetic, compassionate, and aligned in their values and actions. Moreover, the pursuit of personal growth and self-improvement contributes to a life of continual learning and development. By viewing challenges as opportunities for growth, individuals who practice Stoicism develop a resilient and adaptable mindset that is invaluable in both personal and professional contexts. This mindset, coupled with the inner peace and stability cultivated through Stoic indifference, enables individuals to lead lives that are not only more serene, but also more aligned with their deepest values and aspirations. Cultivating Stoic indifference is a transformative journey that reshapes how one engages with the world. Through daily reflections, journaling, mindfulness practices, and the support of a like-minded community, individuals can gradually internalize the principles of this ancient philosophy, leading to profound changes in their resilience, happiness, and overall well-being. In our journey through the profound realms of Stoicism, we've explored the transformative philosophy of Stoic indifference, a mindset that empowers us to navigate life's myriad challenges with unparalleled grace and resilience. This ancient wisdom, far from advocating for emotional suppression or disengagement from the world, encourages a thoughtful and intentional approach to life. It teaches us to distinguish between what is within our control and what lies beyond it, urging us to invest our energies wisely. Stoic indifference, as we've seen, is not about apathy or detachment from the passions and pursuits that give our lives meaning. Instead, it's about cultivating a state of inner tranquility and stability that remains unshaken by external circumstances. This philosophy equips us with the tools to face adversity, make clear and rational decisions, and free ourselves from the crippling need for external validation. Through practices such as daily reflections, journaling, and mindfulness, coupled with the support of a community of like-minded individuals, we can develop a Stoic outlook that profoundly enhances our emotional resilience, decision-making capabilities, and independence from social pressures. The journey of integrating Stoic indifference into our personal lives, work, and in overcoming adversity is not a solitary quest but a shared human endeavor. The stories of those who have navigated tremendous challenges by adhering to Stoic principles remind us of the philosophy's enduring relevance and power. These narratives not only inspire, but also offer tangible proof of how a Stoic mindset can transform adversity into a source of strength and growth. As we draw this exploration to a close, I invite you to reflect on the areas of your life where the practice of Stoic indifference could yield significant benefits. Consider the daily stresses, personal and professional challenges, and the societal pressures that may be holding you back from realizing your full potential. Imagine facing these obstacles with a serene and untroubled spirit, making decisions from a place of clarity and virtue, and engaging with the world from a position of strength and equanimity. The path to cultivating Stoic indifference is both a challenge and an opportunity to rediscover the power of your own will, to redefine your relationship with the external world, and to embark on a journey of personal transformation. This path requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to look inward, but the rewards it offers are immeasurable. By embracing Stoic principles, you can not only navigate life's challenges with greater ease, but also find a deeper sense of fulfillment and happiness. Let us remember that the essence of Stoic indifference lies not in what life throws our way, but in how we choose to respond. It's a reminder that, amidst the chaos and unpredictability of the external world, we possess an inner citadel of peace and resilience that is invincible. May this knowledge empower you to live with purpose, to face the future with courage, and to embrace each moment with a heart unburdened by the things beyond your control. The journey towards Stoic indifference is not one of retreat from the world, but a bold step towards a more meaningful, virtuous, and contented life. Let us embark on this journey together with open hearts and minds, ready to transform not just our own lives but also the world around us. Have you ever found yourself sitting alone, engulfed in the quietness of your surroundings, with only the soft whisper of the wind and the echo of your thoughts as your company? Solitude is more than just being alone. It is a state of being, an experience where one can be alone with their thoughts, disconnected from the chaos of the outside world, a sanctuary of self-reflection and introspection. But for many, solitude is a concept that can be both intriguing and intimidating. In our society, loneliness is often painted with a broad brush of negativity. It's seen as a signal of social rejection, an unwanted state to be avoided at all costs. The constant chatter of the digital age feeds into this fear. We're always connected, always in touch, forever plugged into a network of digital friends, influencers, and trending topics. The idea of disconnecting, of being alone with nothing but our thoughts for company, seems foreign, even frightening. This fear of being alone, this dread of solitude, is what we call monophobia, and it's more common than you might think. But what if we've been looking at this all wrong? What if solitude isn't something to fear, but something to embrace? What if being alone could be a source of strength, a catalyst for personal growth, a wellspring of creativity, and a path to inner peace? That's the journey we're about to embark on together. This video will delve into the minds of some of the greatest thinkers humanity has ever known, philosophers and psychologists who saw solitude not as a condition to be cured, but as a state to be celebrated. We'll explore the corridors of their thoughts, decipher the enigma of their wisdom, and attempt to understand their perspectives on solitude. From Friedrich Nietzsche's ascent to the path of greatness, to Henry David Thoreau's tranquil existence at Walden Pond, from Soren Kierkegaard's embrace of individuality to Rollo May's confrontation with existential isolation, from Carl Jung's pursuit of individuation to Jordan Peterson's insights on self-growth and resilience in solitude. Each of these thinkers offers a unique lens through which we can view and understand the art of being alone. As we embark on this exploration of solitude, let's first turn to the thoughts of one of the most influential philosophers of the 19th century, Friedrich Nietzsche. Born in 1844, Nietzsche was a German philosopher who left an indelible imprint on Western philosophy with his radical ideas about morality, truth, and most importantly for our discussion today, solitude. Nietzsche's philosophy was complex, filled with paradoxes and provocative assertions that challenged conventional thinking. At the heart of his philosophy was a critique of traditional values and a celebration of individuality, vitality, and creative self-affirmation. For Nietzsche, the individual self-affirmation was the ultimate objective, and he believed that solitude was a key element in this journey. A significant aspect of Nietzsche's philosophy that speaks directly to our topic is his concept of the path of greatness. Nietzsche believed that to achieve greatness, an individual must have the courage to stand alone, to step away from the crowd and its herd morality. He viewed solitude as an essential condition for personal transformation and self-overcoming. It was in solitude, Nietzsche believed, that one could confront the most profound questions of existence and muster the courage to become who one truly is. Consider this quote from Nietzsche: "The individual has always had to struggle to keep from being overwhelmed by the tribe. If you try it, you will be lonely often and sometimes frightened, but no price is too high to pay for the privilege of owning yourself." Here, Nietzsche is telling us that the journey to self-ownership, to greatness, often necessitates periods of solitude and loneliness. It's not an easy path, but according to Nietzsche, the reward is the ultimate privilege of truly owning oneself. In another quote, Nietzsche says, "Loneliness is one thing, solitude another." This simple yet profound statement encapsulates Nietzsche's view of solitude as something distinct from loneliness. Loneliness, in Nietzsche's view, is a state of lack, a condition of missing others. Solitude, on the other hand, is a state of fullness, a condition of being with oneself. It is in this state of solitude that one can cultivate the strength and independence necessary for the path of greatness. The key takeaway from Nietzsche's perspective is this: solitude is not a state to be feared, but a condition to be sought. It's a crucible for self-transformation and the road to greatness. So if you find yourself alone, do not despair. Embrace the solitude, for it may just be the path that leads you to your greatest self. Our exploration of solitude carries us now to the 19th century Denmark, to the thoughts of a philosopher who is often regarded as the father of existentialism, Søren Kierkegaard. Born in 1813, Kierkegaard's work centered around individual existence, subjectivity, and the personal journey of becoming a true self. His philosophy, much like Nietzsche's, emphasizes the importance of the individual, but it also introduces a unique dimension to our discussion of solitude. Kierkegaard's philosophy is characterized by a deep introspective exploration of the human condition. His writings convey a profound understanding of the complexities of individuality and the existential challenges faced by individuals. For Kierkegaard, the individual's journey towards authenticity and self-understanding is paramount, and he recognized the essential role of solitude in this journey. Solitude, for Kierkegaard, was a crucial ingredient in the process of self-discovery and self-understanding. He believed that in solitude, one could confront the existential anxieties and despair that often accompany the journey towards becoming a true self. It is through this confrontation that one can find the courage to choose one's own way, to assume responsibility for one's existence. The crowd is untruth, therefore was Christ crucified, because he, even though he addressed himself to all, would not have to do with the crowd, because he would not permit the crowd to aid him in any way, because in this regard he repelled people absolutely, would not found a party, did not permit balloting, but would be what he is, the truth, which relates itself to the single individual. In this quote, Kierkegaard emphasizes the individual's need to distance oneself from the crowd to realize one's truth. For him, the crowd is a symbol of inauthentic existence. The path to truth, according to him, lies not in the crowd but in solitude, where one can genuinely relate to oneself. In another profound statement, Kierkegaard writes, "The more one isolates oneself, the closer one comes to oneself." Here, he captures the essence of solitude as a path to self-discovery. He suggests that isolation, rather than leading to loneliness, can lead to a closer relationship with one's self, facilitating self-understanding and authenticity. So, what can we glean from Kierkegaard's perspective on solitude? It's that solitude is not just a state of being alone. It is an existential condition that facilitates self-exploration and self-understanding. It's a sanctuary where we can confront our anxieties, grapple with existential despair, and ultimately find our authentic selves. Now, let's transport ourselves to 19th century America, to the tranquil shores of Walden Pond, where we encounter a man who not only pondered solitude but also lived it. Henry David Thoreau. Born in 1817, Thoreau was an American philosopher, writer, and naturalist. His philosophy revolved around the principles of self-reliance, simplicity, and a deep respect for nature. Thoreau didn't merely theorize about solitude. He sought it, lived it, and shared his experiences and reflections in his most famous work, Walden. Walden is an account of Thoreau's experiment in deliberate living. For 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days, Thoreau lived in a cabin he built himself near Walden Pond. Away from the clamor of society, Thoreau immersed himself in solitude and simplicity. His objective? To live deep and suck out all the marrow of life. Thoreau's experience at Walden Pond was a testament to the transformative power of solitude. In his self-imposed isolation, Thoreau found a space to reflect, to observe, to think, and to write. His experience underscores the value of solitude as a means of engaging deeply with one's thoughts and the natural world. let's look at some of Thoreau's words from Walden. I never found a companion that was so companionable as solitude. We are for the most part more lonely when we go abroad among men than when we stay in our chambers. In this passage, Thoreau expresses a profound appreciation for solitude, suggesting that true companionship can be found not in the company of others, but in being alone. In another quote, Thoreau writes, I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. This powerful statement encapsulates Thoreau's motivation for seeking solitude at Walden Pond, to live deliberately and authentically, to engage with life's essential truths, and to learn from the natural world. Thoreau's experiment at Walden Pond demonstrated the power of solitude as a vehicle for self-exploration and self-transformation. His solitude was not a passive state of being alone, it was an active engagement with his thoughts, his surroundings, and his very existence. He used his solitude as a mirror, reflecting on his life, his values, and his place in the world. Thoreau's reflections offer a profound and practical perspective. His words invite us to reconsider our own relationship with solitude. They challenge us to ask ourselves, how might we, like Thoreau, embrace solitude as a companion? How might we use solitude as a means of engaging more deeply with our own existence? His experience at Walden Pond suggests that solitude, far from being a state to be feared, can be a source of strength, clarity, and insight. It can be a catalyst for self-exploration, a tool for self-transformation, and a gateway to a more authentic and intentional life. From Thoreau's perspective, solitude is a pathway to deliberate living and authentic self-discovery. It's an opportunity to confront the essential facts of life without the distractions of society. It's a space where one can commune with nature, contemplate the mysteries of existence, and engage more profoundly with one's own thoughts. Our philosophical journey now brings us to the mid-20th century, where we encounter a man whose life and work embody resilience in the face of extreme adversity, Viktor Frankl. Born in 1905, Frankl was an Austrian psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor who developed a therapeutic approach known as logotherapy, founded on the belief that human nature is motivated by the search for a life purpose. Frankl's seminal work, Man's Search for Meaning, is a memoir written after his experience in Nazi concentration camps during World War II. The book intertwines his personal narrative with his therapeutic doctrine, illustrating his profound belief in the power of finding meaning in life, even in the bleakest circumstances. Solitude, as we'll explore, played a significant role in this process of finding meaning. According to Frankl, a sense of purpose is what gives life meaning. He proposed that we can discover this meaning in life in 3 different ways: by creating a work or doing a deed, by experiencing something or encountering someone, and by the attitude we take toward unavoidable suffering. It is here, in this third route to meaning, that solitude comes into focus. In the isolation of the concentration camps, Frankl found that solitude could serve as a catalyst for introspection and self-discovery. Despite the horrific conditions, he used his solitude to reflect on his life, to recall cherished memories, and to mentally rehearse future conversations and reunions. These acts of mental defiance, performed in solitude, helped him maintain a sense of purpose and hope. Consider these words from Frankl. Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. This powerful statement underlines Frankl's belief that even in the most desperate solitude, individuals retain the capacity to choose their response, to find meaning, to preserve their dignity. Another profound quote from Frankl reads, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." This insight speaks directly to the transformative potential of solitude. In moments of isolation, When external circumstances are beyond our control, we are prompted to look inward, to reflect on our values, beliefs, and life purpose. So what can we learn from Frankl's perspective? His work suggests that solitude, even when imposed and painful, can serve as a space for introspection and personal growth. It can be a time to reconnect with our innermost values, to reaffirm our life's purpose, and to strengthen our resolve. We learn that solitude, even in its most painful forms, can be a crucible for self-transformation and a conduit for finding meaning. His life and teachings remind us that even in our loneliest moments, we hold within us the power to shape our destiny, to find purpose, and to navigate life with courage and resilience. As we continue our exploration of solitude, we now travel back to 17th century France to meet Blaise Pascal, a man whose insights remain as relevant today as they were in his time. Pascal was a true polymath, contributing to mathematics, physics, and philosophy. He was deeply religious, and his philosophical work is characterized by a deep exploration of human nature, morality, and belief. Pascal's thoughts on this subject are famously encapsulated in one of his most quoted lines: "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone." It's a bold statement, but one that reveals a lot about Pascal's view on solitude and the human condition. To Pascal, our discomfort with being alone, our constant need for diversion and distraction, is a symptom of our dissatisfaction with ourselves. We seek constant activity and company to avoid confronting our own thoughts and feelings. This inability to sit quietly in a room alone, according to Pascal, is the root of many human problems, as it leads us to make poor decisions, to act impulsively, and to depend excessively on others for our happiness and self-worth. Pascal's perspective invites us to reconsider our relationship with solitude. He suggests that if we can become comfortable with being alone, if we can learn to sit quietly in a room without distraction, we can begin to address our inner conflicts, to gain a clearer understanding of ourselves, and to make more considered decisions. Consider this passage from Pascal's Pensées. "I have discovered that all the unhappiness of men arises from one single fact, that they cannot stay quietly in their own chamber." Here, Pascal echoes his earlier sentiment, linking human unhappiness to our inability to tolerate solitude. To Pascal, the capacity to sit quietly alone is not just a skill, it's a gateway to self-understanding, contentment, and ultimately to personal growth. From Pascal's perspective then, solitude is not something to be avoided, but rather something to be embraced. It's a space for introspection, self-discovery, and self-improvement. It's a chance to confront our fears, to challenge our assumptions, and to better understand our desires and motivations. As we venture further into the psychological realm, we encounter Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who founded analytical psychology. Jung's work has had a significant influence on psychology, philosophy, anthropology, and even the arts. His theories on the collective unconscious archetypes and the process of individuation continue to shape our understanding of the human mind. Central to Jung's psychological framework is the concept of individuation, the process through which individuals develop into their unique, inborn potential. It's a journey towards self-realization, a transformation that allows us to integrate our conscious and unconscious elements and achieve wholeness. And in this transformative journey, solitude plays a crucial role. Jung believed that solitude provides the space necessary for introspection and self-reflection, two essential elements in the process of individuation. It's in solitude that we can confront our shadow, the unconscious part of our personality that we often deny or ignore. It's in solitude that we can engage with our inner world, exploring our thoughts, feelings, dreams, and unconscious elements. Consider this quote from Jung: "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." This statement underscores the challenge inherent in the process of individuation, a journey that requires us to confront and accept all parts of ourselves, even those we might prefer to deny or suppress. Solitude provides the space for this challenging, yet rewarding inner work. Jung also wrote, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." This quote underscores the importance of self-awareness and self-understanding in navigating our relationships with others. By confronting our own inner darkness in solitude, we can better understand and empathize with the struggles of others. Jung's concept of the shadow is particularly relevant to our exploration of solitude. In Jungian psychology, the shadow is an unconscious aspect of the personality which the conscious ego does not identify with. In other words, it's the part of us that we fail to see or know. This shadow can consist of everything that we have repressed, neglected, or ignored. In the quietness of solitude, we can invite our shadow into consciousness. We can allow it to emerge from the dark corners of our psyche and acknowledge its presence. This is no easy task. It requires courage, patience, and a willingness to face uncomfortable truths about ourselves. Yet, it is a necessary step towards achieving a more complete and authentic self-understanding. Jung believed that until we have made the unconscious conscious, it will direct our life, and we will call it fate. By confronting and integrating our shadow in solitude, we can seize control of our destiny, transforming what was once unconscious into a conscious, acknowledged part of our being. In solitude, we also have the opportunity to engage with our dreams, another significant aspect of Jung's theory. Dreams, according to Jung, are a way of communicating with our unconscious. They offer symbolic representations of our inner conflicts, desires, and potentialities. In the silence of solitude, we can reflect on our dreams, decode their symbols, and gain insights into our unconscious self. Finally, let's consider another insightful quote from Jung. "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." Here, Jung acknowledges the therapeutic potential of solitude. It's in solitude that we can nurse our psychological wounds, heal our fragmented self, and cultivate a healthier, more balanced psyche. As we reflect on Jung's perspective, we see that solitude is not merely a state of being alone. It's an enriching space for introspection, self-discovery, and personal growth. It's a sacred territory where we can engage with our unconscious, confront our shadow, and embark on the journey of individuation. Now let's dive into the works of Jordan Peterson, a renowned Canadian psychologist and professor. Peterson has gained widespread recognition for his insightful perspectives on psychology, philosophy, and personal development. His ideas resonate with many individuals seeking guidance in navigating the complexities of life. One key aspect of Peterson's philosophy is his emphasis on the importance of solitude. He recognizes that spending time alone is crucial for fostering self-esteem, maintaining sanity, and developing psychological resilience. Peterson argues that solitude provides a necessary space for introspection and self-reflection, allowing individuals to gain a deeper understanding of themselves and their place in the world. In his book, 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos, Peterson highlights the transformative power of solitude. He writes, "If you don't know where you are, precisely, you could be anywhere. You're in chaos. It's out of that chaos that new being can emerge, but you have to let go of what you have, and perhaps who you are, to allow for that emergence." Peterson suggests that solitude allows individuals to detach from external distractions and delve into the depths of their being, leading to personal growth and the emergence of a stronger and more authentic self. Peterson also explores the link between solitude and psychological well-being. He asserts that solitude is essential for maintaining sanity in a world filled with constant stimulation and noise. In his article, The Necessity of Virtue, he states, "The development of character necessitates solitude. It is in solitude that the battle with chaos is fought and won, allowing individuals to gather the strength and wisdom necessary to face life's challenges." Peterson believes that by engaging with solitude, individuals can confront their fears, confront their limitations, and develop the inner fortitude needed to navigate the difficulties of life. According to Peterson, solitude can be used positively for self-growth and resilience by providing a space for self-examination and personal transformation. In his book Maps of Meaning, The Architecture of Belief, he writes, "You are stable and able to tolerate your own limited perspective and the terrible uncertainty that this brings. You remain stable despite your many limitations and in the face of your vulnerability, and you do this so that you can learn and thrive and benefit others." Peterson suggests that by facing their own character and shortcomings, individuals can cultivate stability, confront their vulnerabilities, and embark on a journey of self-improvement that not only benefits themselves, but also extends to others. Jordan Peterson's psychological theories underscore the importance of solitude for self-esteem, sanity, and psychological resilience. Through introspection, self-reflection, and the ability to confront one's limitations, individuals can find meaning, foster personal growth, and navigate the complexities of life with greater resilience. By embracing solitude, individuals can embark on a transformative journey that leads to a deeper understanding of oneself and a more fulfilling existence. In conclusion, the exploration of Jordan Peterson's views on solitude leaves us with a profound invitation to reflect on our own perspectives and experiences with solitude. Each of us has a unique relationship with being alone, and it is through introspection and self-reflection that we can deepen our understanding of its transformative potential. As we navigate the complexities of life, let us remember the lessons we have gleaned from these philosophers and psychologists. Solitude is not a state to be feared or avoided, but a sanctuary for self-discovery, personal growth, and psychological well-being. It is in the quiet moments of solitude that we can confront our inner conflicts, embrace our vulnerabilities, and forge a path towards a more authentic and fulfilling life. Embracing solitude is an act of courage, an affirmation of our own worth, and the belief that we can find solace and wisdom within ourselves. It is an opportunity to nurture our mental and emotional well-being, to listen to the whispers of our soul, and to connect with the depths of our being. So, I encourage you, the viewer, to take a moment to reflect on your own relationship with solitude. How do you perceive and engage with moments of being alone? Do you embrace them as opportunities for self-discovery and growth? Are you open to the insights and wisdom that can arise from stillness and introspection? Reflecting on these questions can help you cultivate a more intentional and meaningful relationship with solitude. In a world filled with constant noise and distractions, embracing loneliness is a radical act of self-care. It is an act of reclaiming your own time, space, and thoughts. It is an act of self-love and self-compassion. Embracing loneliness allows you to listen to your inner voice, to honor your needs and desires, and to chart your own path in alignment with your values and aspirations. As you embark on your own journey of self-discovery, remember that solitude is not a sign of weakness or isolation, but a powerful tool for personal growth and self-empowerment. Embrace the gift of solitude and allow it to guide you on a path of self-discovery, self-acceptance, and self-realization. May you embrace solitude as a friend, a companion on your journey of self-discovery. May you find solace, inspiration, and resilience within its depths. And may the wisdom of these philosophers and psychologists continue to guide you as you navigate the vast landscapes of the self. Imagine being able to face life's challenges with unwavering confidence and strength, regardless of the obstacles thrown your way. The key to unlocking this invincible mindset might just be hidden within the ancient philosophy of Stoicism and its powerful guiding principles. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy that offers practical guidance on developing inner fortitude, resilience, and wisdom, empowering us to thrive amidst life's inevitable ups and downs. Central to this philosophy are the four cardinal virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues serve as a compass, guiding us in our actions and decisions and helping us cultivate a truly undefeatable mindset. In this video, we'll take a deep dive into each of these virtues, exploring their significance and revealing how you can integrate them into your everyday life to build a strong, resilient character. In the context of Stoicism, wisdom is defined as the ability to discern the true nature of things and make a rational, well-informed decisions. It's not merely about accumulating knowledge, but rather about understanding how to apply that knowledge effectively and prudently in any given situation. Wisdom is of utmost importance in Stoicism, as it lays the foundation for making sound judgments and decisions. By developing wisdom, we learn to differentiate between what is within our control and what is not, allowing us to focus our energy on the things we can actually influence. This understanding helps us to navigate life's challenges with clarity and to make choices that align with our values and goals. Practicing wisdom can contribute to a resilient and undefeatable mindset in several ways. For example, when faced with a difficult situation, a wise person will assess the circumstances objectively, consider possible courses of action, and make a well-reasoned decision without being swayed by emotions or external pressures. This ability to remain rational and composed in the face of adversity is a key component of an undefeatable mindset. To cultivate wisdom in your daily life, consider implementing the following practical tips. Engage in continuous learning. Read books, listen to podcasts, or attend seminars on various topics to expand your knowledge and understanding of the world. Reflect on your experiences. Take time each day to evaluate your actions and decisions, and consider how they align with your values and long-term goals. Seek advice from others. Consult with trusted friends, family members, or mentors who can offer different perspectives and insights to help you make well-informed decisions. Practice critical thinking. When faced with a problem or decision, analyze the situation objectively, weigh the pros and cons, and consider potential consequences before taking action. Courage. In the context of Stoicism, courage is not merely about physical bravery, but encompasses the moral and emotional strength to face adversity, confront our fears, and overcome challenges. It's about standing firm in our convictions and values, even in the face of hardship or criticism. Courage is crucial in Stoicism because it enables us to confront the inevitable obstacles and setbacks that life presents. By cultivating courage, we become more resilient and adaptable, better equipped to handle difficult situations with grace and dignity. Courage also empowers us to take calculated risks, grow from our experiences, and make meaningful progress toward our goals. Practicing courage can lead to increased resilience and an undefeatable mindset in various ways. For instance, a person who faces their fears head-on, despite the discomfort or potential risks, demonstrates the ability to persevere and grow stronger from the experience. This willingness to embrace adversity, learn from it, and forge ahead is a hallmark of an undefeatable mindset. To develop courage in your daily life, consider implementing these practical tips. Identify your fears. Recognize what holds you back or causes you anxiety, and actively work on confronting and overcoming these fears. Set challenging goals. Push yourself to step out of your comfort zone by setting ambitious goals that require you to take risks and face potential setbacks. Embrace discomfort. Learn to see adversity and uncomfortable situations as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. Reflect on past successes. Remind yourself of previous challenges you have overcome, and use these experiences to build your confidence and belief in your ability to handle adversity. Surround yourself with positive influences. Build a support network of individuals who encourage and inspire you to be courageous and take on life's challenges. In the context of Stoicism, justice refers to the practice of fairness, integrity, and treating others with respect and dignity. It involves acting in the best interests of our fellow human beings, striving for the greater good, and upholding moral and ethical principles in our actions and decisions. Justice is vital for maintaining healthy relationships and contributing to a harmonious society. By practicing justice, we create an environment of trust, cooperation, and mutual respect, fostering strong connections with others and enabling us to work together effectively. Moreover, a just society provides a stable foundation for individuals to thrive and pursue their goals, which ultimately contributes to the overall well-being and resilience of the community. Practicing justice can help build a strong, undefeatable character by cultivating a sense of responsibility, empathy, and compassion towards others. When we consistently act with fairness and integrity, we develop a deep sense of self-respect and inner strength, knowing that our actions are aligned with our values and principles. This unwavering commitment to justice allows us to face adversity and challenges with confidence, knowing that we are doing our best to uphold what is right and good. To promote justice in your daily life, consider implementing these practical tips. Treat others fairly. In all your interactions, strive to be equitable, considerate, and respectful, regardless of a person's background or circumstances. Practice active listening. Give others your full attention when they speak, seeking to understand their perspectives and feelings without judgment. Stand up for what is right. Speak out against injustice and support causes that promote fairness, equality, and human rights. Be honest and accountable. Hold yourself to high standards of integrity by being truthful and taking responsibility for your actions and their consequences. Encourage open communication. Foster an environment where people feel comfortable expressing their opinions, concerns, and grievances, and work collaboratively to address issues and find solutions. In the context of Stoicism, temperance refers to the practice of self-discipline, moderation, and self-control. It involves finding balance in all aspects of life, avoiding excess or extremes, and maintaining a sense of restraint in our actions, thoughts, and desires. Temperance is essential for cultivating an undefeatable mindset because it enables us to maintain control over our emotions and impulses, preventing them from clouding our judgment or leading us astray. By practicing temperance, we develop the ability to navigate life's challenges with a steady, composed demeanor, making rational decisions based on our values and principles rather than succumbing to impulsive reactions. Practicing temperance can help build a strong, undefeatable character in several ways. For instance, a person who exercises self-control in the face of temptation demonstrates resilience and the ability to stay focused on their long-term goals, even when faced with short-term pleasures or distractions. This capacity to prioritize what truly matters and resist immediate gratification is a cornerstone of an undefeatable mindset. To promote temperance in your daily life, consider implementing these practical tips. Set clear boundaries. Establish limits for yourself in areas where you may be prone to excess, such as spending, eating, or screen time, and stick to these boundaries consistently. Practice mindfulness. Cultivate a habit of being present and aware of your thoughts, emotions, and actions, allowing you to recognize when you are veering towards excess and make the necessary adjustments. Develop healthy habits. Replace unproductive or harmful behaviors with more positive, balanced alternatives that contribute to your overall well-being and self-discipline. Delay gratification. Strengthen your self-control by intentionally postponing immediate pleasures in favor of long-term rewards and goals. Reflect on your actions. Regularly evaluate your choices and behaviors to ensure they align with your values and support a balanced, temperate lifestyle. In conclusion, the four cardinal virtues of Stoicism, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, play a crucial role in building an undefeatable mindset. By cultivating these virtues in our daily lives, we can develop the inner strength, resilience, and clarity needed to navigate life's challenges and become truly undefeatable. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Viktor Frankl. In today's fast-paced, ever-changing world, anxiety has become an all-too familiar companion for many of us. We struggle with constant worry, fear, and uncertainty as we navigate the storms of life. But what if there's a way to ease our anxiety and find inner peace? In this video, we'll delve into the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and explore how its teachings can help us find calm amid the chaos. Stoicism is a philosophy that emerged in ancient Greece and Rome, and its principles have stood the test of time, providing guidance and wisdom for nearly 2 millennia. At the core of Stoicism lies the belief that we cannot control external events, but we can control how we react to them. By focusing on what is within our control, we can foster inner peace and resilience in the face of adversity. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues are not only helpful in navigating life's challenges, but also essential for living a good and fulfilling life. By adopting a Stoic mindset, we learn to accept the impermanence of life and the inevitability of change. This acceptance frees us from the grip of anxiety and allows us to embrace the present moment with gratitude and serenity. One of the most powerful ways Stoicism can help ease anxiety is by encouraging us to shift our perspective. Instead of getting caught up in the whirlwind of our thoughts and emotions, we can learn to take a step back and observe them objectively. By doing so, we realize that our anxiety is often a result of our perception of events rather than the events themselves. This insight enables us to reframe our thoughts and regain control over our emotional state. Now that we have a basic understanding of Stoicism and its potential for easing anxiety, let's dive into the minds of 3 famous Stoic philosophers: Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These great thinkers left behind a wealth of wisdom that continues to inspire and guide people even today. Seneca was a Roman statesman, philosopher, and playwright who lived during the 1st century AD. His works, such as Letters from a Stoic and On the Shortness of Life, offer profound insights into the human condition and the art of living a meaningful life. Through his writings, Seneca teaches us about the importance of self-mastery, focusing on the present and finding strength in adversity. Epictetus, a former slave-turned-philosopher, lived in the 1st century AD and became one of the most influential Stoic thinkers. His teachings, found in works like Discourses and the Enchiridion, emphasize the importance of understanding the difference between what is within our control and what is not. Epictetus encourages us to accept life's uncertainties and focus on cultivating our inner virtues. Last but not least, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and philosopher, is perhaps the most well-known Stoic. His book, Meditations, is a collection of personal reflections that provide a window into the mind of a great ruler struggling with the same human emotions and challenges that we all face. Through his thoughts, Marcus Aurelius teaches us about the importance of self-awareness, resilience, and the interconnectedness of all things. In this video, we will explore the top 10 Stoic quotes from these remarkable philosophers that have the power to ease anxiety and help us find peace in the chaos of life. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Seneca. Our first quote from Seneca is a powerful reminder of how our thoughts can magnify our suffering. Anxiety often stems from our minds creating worst-case scenarios and catastrophic outcomes, even though these imagined events rarely come to pass. In essence, our fear and worry are amplified by our imagination, leading to unnecessary suffering. To better understand this concept, let's take a moment to consider how anxiety works. When faced with uncertainty or a perceived threat, our brains enter a state of heightened alertness. This natural response is designed to protect us from danger, but when our minds perceive threats that aren't grounded in reality, we become trapped in a cycle of fear and worry. Seneca's quote teaches us that by recognizing the role our imagination plays in fueling anxiety, we can begin to challenge and reframe our thoughts. Instead of getting swept away by our fears, we can choose to focus on the present moment and the reality of our situation. By doing so, we can gain perspective and realize that our anxiety is often a product of our minds rather than an accurate reflection of reality. To apply this Stoic wisdom in our daily lives, we can practice mindfulness techniques such as meditation or deep breathing exercises to bring our awareness back to the present moment. As we become more aware of our thoughts and the influence they have on our emotions, we can learn to identify and challenge the irrational beliefs that perpetuate our anxiety. In turn, we can regain control over our minds and ease our suffering. Seneca's quote highlights the importance of understanding the role our imagination plays in creating and perpetuating anxiety. By recognizing that we often suffer more in our minds than in reality, we can take steps to challenge our thoughts, cultivate mindfulness, and ultimately find relief from the debilitating grip of anxiety. It's not events that disturb people, it's their judgments concerning them. Epictetus. Epictetus's words remind us of a fundamental Stoic principle. Our emotional reactions are not solely determined by external events, but rather by our interpretation of them. This idea is particularly relevant to anxiety, as it highlights the role our thoughts and beliefs play in triggering and sustaining our distress. When we experience anxiety, it's often because we perceive a situation as threatening or challenging. However, this perception is not an inherent quality of the situation itself, but rather the result of our judgments and interpretations. By understanding that our emotional reactions are shaped by our thoughts, we can begin to take control of our anxiety and cultivate a sense of inner peace. To put this Stoic wisdom into practice, we can learn to identify and challenge our cognitive distortions, which are irrational thought patterns that contribute to anxiety. For example, we might recognize that we are catastrophizing or imagining the worst possible outcome, even when it's unlikely. By acknowledging and disputing these distortions, we can begin to shift our perspective and develop more balanced, rational thoughts. Another practical approach is to embrace a growth mindset, which encourages us to view challenges and setbacks as opportunities for growth and learning. By reinterpreting difficult situations in a more positive light, we can reduce the intensity of our emotional reactions and build resilience in the face of adversity. In essence, Epictetus's quote teaches us that our anxiety is not solely the result of external circumstances, but rather the product of our judgments and interpretations. By challenging our irrational thoughts and adopting a growth mindset, we can develop a more balanced perspective, reduce our anxiety, and find a sense of calm in the face of life's uncertainties. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius, in his timeless wisdom, offers a powerful reminder that our ability to control external events is limited, but we possess the power to shape our thoughts and reactions. This understanding is crucial when it comes to managing anxiety, as it underscores the importance of focusing on what is within our control, rather than becoming overwhelmed by external circumstances. Anxiety often arises when we attempt to control or predict the uncontrollable, such as other people's actions, the future, or the outcome of events. This futile pursuit leaves us feeling powerless and vulnerable, amplifying our anxiety. However, by recognizing that our true power lies within our minds, we can shift our focus to cultivating resilience, self-awareness, and inner strength. To harness this power and reduce anxiety, we can engage in practices that foster mental clarity and emotional regulation. For example, we might choose to adopt a daily meditation or journaling practice to better understand our thoughts and feelings. By developing a deeper self-awareness, we can identify the triggers of our anxiety and learn to respond more effectively to them. Another way to embody Marcus Aurelius' wisdom is to practice acceptance, a central tenet of Stoicism. By embracing the reality that we cannot control everything, we can let go of our attachment to specific outcomes and cultivate a sense of inner peace. This acceptance allows us to focus on what we can influence, such as our thoughts, behaviors, and emotional reactions, ultimately empowering us to face life's challenges with greater resilience and tranquility. Marcus Aurelius' quote serves as a powerful reminder that while we may not have control over external events, we possess the power to shape our thoughts and reactions. By embracing this insight, we can develop a greater sense of inner strength, cultivate resilience, and effectively manage our anxiety in the face of life's uncertainties. He who is brave is free. Seneca. Seneca's profound statement encapsulates the liberating power of courage in overcoming anxiety. When we face our fears with bravery, we break free from the constraints anxiety imposes on us, opening the door to personal growth and self-discovery. Anxiety often stems from our fear of the unknown, the uncertain, or the uncomfortable. It can lead us to avoid situations that might trigger these feelings, thereby reinforcing our fears and limiting our experiences. However, Seneca teaches us that by embracing our courage and confronting our fears, we can find freedom from the shackles of anxiety and expand the boundaries of our comfort zones. To cultivate this bravery, we can start by acknowledging our fears and anxieties, rather than denying or avoiding them. By bringing awareness to our fears, we can develop a better understanding of their roots and begin to face them head-on. Next, we can practice facing our fears in a gradual and controlled manner, using techniques such as exposure therapy or systematic desensitization. These methods involve gradually confronting and engaging with anxiety-provoking situations, allowing us to build our confidence and resilience over time. Another aspect of bravery involves cultivating self-compassion and patience. It is essential to recognize that overcoming anxiety is a process, and setbacks are a natural part of growth. By treating ourselves with kindness and understanding, we can foster the courage needed to persist in the face of fear and uncertainty. Seneca's quote emphasizes the transformative power of courage in breaking free from anxiety. By facing our fears, practicing self-compassion, and embracing the process of growth, we can liberate ourselves from anxiety's grip and experience newfound freedom in our lives. Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view which they take of them. Epictetus. Epictetus' quote reiterates the significance of our perspectives and interpretations in shaping our emotional experiences, including anxiety. This idea aligns with the Stoic belief that external events don't inherently cause our emotional reactions. Instead, it is our thoughts and judgments about these events that dictate our responses. Anxiety often arises when we perceive situations as threatening or challenging, even when they might not be so in reality. Our minds can be swayed by negative assumptions, irrational beliefs, or cognitive distortions that distort our perception of the world around us. By recognizing the power of our perspectives in fueling our anxiety, we can begin to adjust our viewpoints and transform our emotional experiences. To shift our perspectives and alleviate anxiety, we can practice reframing our thoughts. This technique involves identifying negative or irrational beliefs and replacing them with more balanced, rational alternatives. For instance, if we catch ourselves thinking, "I can't handle this," we can reframe it to, "This is challenging, but I have the resources to cope with it." Additionally, we can practice gratitude and focus on the positive aspects of our lives. This practice helps counteract our natural tendency to fixate on the negative, which can exacerbate anxiety. By fostering an attitude of gratitude, we can develop a more balanced perspective on life, which in turn can alleviate anxiety and promote emotional well-being. Epictetus' quote underscores the pivotal role our perspectives play in shaping our emotional experiences, including anxiety. By embracing the power of reframing our thoughts and cultivating gratitude, we can transform our viewpoints and consequently reduce anxiety and find greater peace in our lives. The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Marcus Aurelius. In this quote, Marcus Aurelius highlights two essential truths: the ever-changing nature of the universe and the profound impact of our thoughts on our lives. Understanding these ideas can provide valuable insights into managing anxiety and fostering a greater sense of inner peace. The first part of the quote, "The universe is change," encourages us to embrace the impermanence of life. Change is an inevitable part of existence, and our resistance to it often fuels anxiety. By accepting that change is a natural and unavoidable force, we can let go of our need for control and certainty, allowing us to adapt more gracefully to the fluctuations of life. To cultivate a greater acceptance of change, we can practice mindfulness and focus on the present moment. This approach allows us to become more aware of the transient nature of our experiences and develop a deeper appreciation for the present. As a result, we become more adaptable and resilient in the face of life's uncertainties, helping to reduce anxiety. The second part of the quote, "Our life is what our thoughts make it," emphasizes the power of our thoughts in shaping our emotional experiences. As we've discussed throughout this video, our thoughts and beliefs play a crucial role in the development and maintenance of anxiety. By recognizing the influence of our thoughts, we can take control of our mental landscape and in turn transform our emotional well-being. To harness the power of our thoughts, we can engage in practices such as cognitive restructuring, meditation, or journaling. These activities help us identify and challenge irrational beliefs or cognitive distortions, promoting healthier thought patterns and reduced anxiety. Marcus Aurelius' quote teaches us the importance of embracing change and recognizing the power of our thoughts in shaping our lives. By cultivating acceptance of impermanence and working to transform our thought patterns, we can effectively manage anxiety and create a more peaceful, fulfilling life. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Seneca. Seneca's words remind us of the importance of living in the present moment and the role that anxious thoughts about the future can play in undermining our happiness. Anxiety often arises from our preoccupation with future uncertainties, imagined problems, or potential losses, preventing us from fully experiencing and enjoying the present. To achieve true happiness, as Seneca suggests, we must learn to let go of our anxious dependence on the future and cultivate a greater appreciation for the present moment. This approach allows us to shift our focus from hypothetical worries to the experiences, relationships, and opportunities that are available to us right now. One way to embrace the present moment is through mindfulness practices, such as meditation, deep breathing exercises, or mindful movement. These activities help us develop greater self-awareness, enabling us to recognize and disengage from unhelpful thought patterns such as rumination or worry that can fuel anxiety. Another strategy for enjoying the present is to develop an attitude of gratitude. By actively acknowledging and appreciating the positive aspects of our lives, we can counteract our natural tendency to focus on the negative, which often leads to anxiety. This practice helps us cultivate a more balanced, positive mindset, allowing us to experience greater happiness and well-being. Seneca's quote underscores the importance of living in the present moment and releasing our anxious dependence on the future in order to achieve true happiness. By practicing mindfulness and cultivating gratitude, we can break free from anxiety-inducing thought patterns and fully enjoy the richness and beauty of our lives. It is not death or pain that is to be feared, but the fear of pain or death. Epictetus. Epictetus offers a thought-provoking insight into the nature of fear and anxiety. He suggests that it is not the actual experience of pain or death that we should be concerned about, but rather our fear of these experiences. This idea highlights the role that our thoughts and perceptions play in shaping our emotional responses, including anxiety. Anxiety often arises from the anticipation of pain or negative experiences rather than the actual events themselves. Our minds can become trapped in a cycle of worry and fear, imagining worst-case scenarios and amplifying our sense of vulnerability. However, by recognizing that our fear is often more debilitating than the experiences we dread, we can begin to challenge these thoughts and gain a greater sense of control over our anxiety. To break free from the cycle of fear and anxiety, we can engage in practices that foster self-awareness and help us develop a more rational perspective. For instance, we can engage in cognitive restructuring techniques to identify and challenge irrational beliefs or cognitive distortions that contribute to anxiety. By reframing these thoughts, we can create a more balanced, accurate view of our experiences. Another approach to overcoming fear and anxiety involves confronting our fears in a gradual, controlled manner. This can be achieved through practices like exposure therapy or systematic desensitization, which involve facing anxiety-provoking situations in a step-by-step manner. As we gain experience and mastery over our fears, we build confidence and resilience, reducing our overall anxiety. Epictetus's quote highlights the importance of addressing our fear of pain or death rather than the experiences themselves in order to reduce anxiety. By engaging in self-awareness practices and confronting our fears, we can break free from the cycle of fear and anxiety, empowering us to live more fulfilling, courageous lives. When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius's quote invites us to begin each day with an attitude of gratitude and appreciation for the gift of life. This practice can have a profound impact on our overall well-being, helping us to counteract the negative thought patterns that often contribute to anxiety. Anxiety frequently arises from focusing on perceived threats, problems, or uncertainties. This focus on the negative can overshadow the many positive aspects of our lives, exacerbating feelings of stress and unease. By consciously cultivating gratitude for the simple joys of life, such as breathing, thinking, enjoying, and loving, we can shift our mindset and create a more balanced, positive outlook. One way to practice gratitude and appreciation is to develop a daily routine that encourages reflection and acknowledgement of the good things in our lives. This could involve writing in a gratitude journal each morning, setting aside time for quiet contemplation, or incorporating affirmations into our daily routine. These practices can help us focus on the positive, enhancing our overall well-being and reducing anxiety. Furthermore, by starting our day with gratitude, we set the tone for a more positive, resilient mindset throughout the day. This mindset can help us better cope with challenges, stresses, and uncertainties, reducing our overall anxiety levels and fostering a greater sense of inner peace. Marcus Aurelius' quote encourages us to cultivate gratitude and appreciation for the simple gifts of life, which can have a powerful impact on our emotional well-being. By developing daily practices that foster gratitude, we can shift our focus from the negative to the positive, helping to alleviate anxiety and create a more joyful, fulfilling life. If a man knows not which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Seneca. Seneca's quote highlights the importance of having a clear sense of direction and purpose in life. When we lack clarity about our goals, values, or priorities, we may feel adrift, uncertain, and anxious. By gaining a deeper understanding of our true desires and aspirations, we can navigate life's journey with greater confidence and inner peace, reducing anxiety in the process. Anxiety often stems from feelings of uncertainty or a lack of control over our lives. This can be exacerbated when we are unsure of our goals or the path we wish to take. Seneca encourages us to examine our lives and determine the port we wish to sail towards. In other words, to identify our values, passions, and objectives. By doing so, we can establish a strong sense of direction that guides our actions and decisions, making it easier to cope with life's uncertainties and reducing anxiety. To gain clarity about our goals and values, we can engage in self-reflection exercises such as journaling, meditation, or deep conversation with trusted friends or mentors. These activities can help us uncover our true desires, passions, and aspirations, providing us with the insights needed to chart a clear course for our lives. Once we have identified our port, we can take steps to align our actions with our goals and values. This process involves setting realistic, achievable objectives, breaking them down into manageable steps, and regularly evaluating our progress. By actively working towards our goals, we can build a sense of purpose, mastery, and self-efficacy, which can in turn alleviate anxiety and promote overall well-being. Seneca's quote emphasizes the importance of having a clear sense of direction and purpose in reducing anxiety. By engaging in self-reflection and actively pursuing our goals, we can navigate life's uncertainties with greater confidence and inner peace, ultimately fostering a more fulfilling, anxiety-free life. We have explored the top 10 Stoic quotes and their relevance to anxiety, delving into the wisdom of famous Stoic philosophers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. Throughout this journey, we have discovered essential lessons and insights that can guide us towards greater inner peace and resilience in the face of life's challenges and uncertainties. By embracing the core principles of Stoicism, such as focusing on what is within our control, cultivating gratitude, reframing our thoughts, and developing a clear sense of direction and purpose, we can effectively manage anxiety and create a more fulfilling, contented life. As we reflect on these powerful quotes and the lessons they contain, let us remember to apply the wisdom of Stoic philosophy in our daily lives. This can involve engaging in regular practices that promote self-awareness, emotional balance, and personal growth, such as meditation, journaling, or deep conversations with trusted friends or mentors. In doing so, we can foster a more resilient mindset, better equipping ourselves to navigate the inevitable ups and downs of life. It is essential to recognize that the journey towards inner peace and freedom from anxiety is a continuous process that requires dedication, self-reflection, and compassion. As we strive to implement the wisdom of Stoicism in our lives, let us also remember to be patient with ourselves, acknowledging that progress may be gradual and that setbacks are a natural part of growth. In the words of Seneca, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Let the wisdom of the Stoic philosophers serve as a beacon of light, guiding us towards greater understanding, resilience, and serenity in the face of anxiety. By embracing and applying these teachings, we can find solace in the midst of chaos, transforming our lives and the world around us for the better.